Hello, hello, can I hear myself on... wait, I don't have my headset on. Shit. Wait a second, can I hear myself on Twitch? Yes, I can. Can I hear myself on YouTube? I can as well, which means that everything is working, which means that I can switch scenes to the just yapping scene. There you go, I am just yapping. Hello, hello, hello. Wait, I have, wait, what am I supposed to do here? Oh, right, grab my stream manager, put it to the side, grab my, what do you call that? My chat and put it on the display or whatnot, or hello. Hello. Let's start the stream. I am ready. I am fully prepared. Everything is working fine. Hello everyone. Hello Jamie. Hello Ktosh. Hello Marjolaine. How are you guys doing? I hope you're all doing well. I hope everything is going swimmingly for you guys. Speaking of swimming, actually going to the swimming pool would be nice, especially given how hot it is today. But well, it's not a nice day for fishing. It's close to 30 degrees Celsius here in Paris, and let me tell you, I went outside. I went outside of my apartment for the first time in a while, not gonna lie. And boy, oh boy, is it hot outside. Never again. Never again. No, I'm just kidding. I'm actually quite happy I went outside. I went to see a friend like I mentioned yesterday, and it was a lovely time. I was very happy to see him. But yeah, the meteorological conditions were not exactly in my favor. I did not enjoy the sun. I prefer winter when it's cold and I can huddle inside my own home with warm blankets and stuff like that, you know? Anyway, I already went on a tangent. I'm sorry. I completely forgot to read chat. What is chat telling me? Wait. What did Ktosh write? Crazy winds. I don't know why you wrote that. I hope that the... I mean, it's nice to have wind. Honestly, I would love to have winds in Paris as well, especially when I was walking under the sun. Especially because I've told you guys many times, but I dress pretty much exactly the way my model is dressed. The only thing is I no longer have a third piece for my suit. I have the jacket. I don't put on the tie every day because it's annoying, honestly. But I do have the black jacket and black pants, or sometimes just blue jeans, but still. The jacket is actually keeping me quite warm, especially when it's 30 degrees Celsius, which was a terrible idea, but that's just how I dress. That's how I do things, I guess. So yeah, that I would have loved to have seen some crazy winds in Paris. At least it would have made me less hot, I think, probably. Where was I at? Anyways, 32 seconds late, owl, 52, 72, can't type. I see. Well, the thing is, yeah, I believe I was at least 2 minutes late. I think I started the stream at 6:02 p.m. today, which, in my opinion, is an acceptable margin of error. It's just that I needed to go to the restroom right before the stream, and, well, I can't exactly start the stream from my restroom, right? I have to get back to my room in order to get to my computer and then start the stream. So I apologize for my tardiness, but biology is biology and you cannot fight it. But I am here now, and that is what is important, right? And, well, I've already said hello to Marjolaine, but hello again, because why not? And then, Ktosh, you wrote 6, 7. I have no idea what you're talking about there. I am confused. Did you ask your friend about the medicine? Yes and no. I mentioned it to him, but I forgot the little paper on which I wrote the name of the medicine. But out of curiosity, I went online to check afterwards when I came back home. I went online and checked what those medicines were for. I don't even remember exactly. I should have noted it down. Never mind. I know that one of them is an antipsychotic, It helps with psychotic breaks. It helps with it helps patients with schizophrenia, which is nice, I suppose. But if you remember yesterday, the um, the line that we were reading was saying to give those medication uniformly to everyone. That is not how this medication works from what I could see online, especially because if it's something that is specifically given to patients with schizophrenia, you would probably not give it to other patients who do not suffer from schizophrenia. Because medicine that can affect your mental health, medicine that will affect your way of seeing the world, in a way, I guess, they are they are dosed in a very specific manner to the needs of the patient. So it's very individual. You can't just blanketly give to everyone the same dosage. It just doesn't work that way. Another one was I don't remember. Shit. I don't remember the second or third one. Um, Wait, what was it again? You know what? Let me Google it just quickly there. It will make my mind work again. Right, yes, the second one, the thalidomide, or I don't know if it's exactly that way that I should pronounce it, but it's supposed to be a mild sedative, and it's supposed to be some kind of anti-nausea medicine given to pregnant women between the 1950s and 1960s, according to Wikipedia. And I mean, I guess that in the prison they're not using it as an anti-nausea pill. I guess that it's more like a sedative that they're using it. But I do question why they would be using that on prisoners. I do find it quite strange, but you know, why not? And Veronal, I did check it. Right. It is another anesthetic or sedative, I suppose. So two sedatives and one antipsychotic medication, basically. Which once again you would not give without proper dosing to each and every single patient. So everything that is going on in that prison is absolutely wrong, like in terms of mental health treatment or even just prison treating their own prisoners. It is wrong on so many levels. So my best advice for you is, if you ever commit a crime, try your best not to end up in Comala prison, because you are not going to come out alive from there. The 6-7 trend is essentially a meme that traces back to the song Doot Doot 6-7 by Skrilla. Kids also use the phrase in a reference to NBA player LaMelo Ball, who stands 6'7" tall. I see. And what is the question about this? Because you wrote it as a question. You wrote 6'7" question mark. What is the question there? Are you asking if I am 6'7" tall? No, I am not, and you know that. I am definitely not 6'7" tall. So, what is the question there, Tosh? Like, I'm wholly confused by you. Do you know LaMelo Ball? No, I do not. I do not follow NBA. I've never watched it. I've never really had any kind of interest in basketball, honestly. Aside from my brother. My brother actually plays basketball. He's in a club. Though he's not a professional, he has another job. But he does play basketball quite a lot. And he's been playing basketball for, I don't know, at this point, I think it might have been like 20 years, probably. So yeah, other than my brother playing basketball, I don't really have any kind of connection to that game, or to that sport. I suppose I should call it a sport. I have played basketball myself a tiny bit, but I never really got the hang of it. It was never really my thing. I was mostly playing soccer, or football as we call it here in France. That's what I played for maybe like 15 years or something like that. And I did other sports, but basketball, no, not really. And I've never actually even watched a basketball match. At least I don't think so. No, I don't think so. So I have never heard of La Mello Ball. Is that his actual name? Wait. Is that his actual name? Yes, Lamelo Lafrance Ball is an American professional basketball player for the Charlotte Hornets of the National Basketball Association. Okay, so his name is Lamelo Lafrance Ball. That's his actual name. I am very surprised at people's names in general. Not that I'm trying really hard not to judge, but I have never heard of anyone called Lamelo or La France, because La France just means the France, basically, or just France, I guess. And Lamelo, I don't even know what Melo is supposed to mean, but yeah. Did his parents really choose to call him that? Oh, his father is Lavar. I see. I see. At age 4, he started playing the sport with his older brothers Lonzo and Lee Angelo. I see. Well, I guess I have a lot to learn in terms of names in general, or rather first names or something. Not lava, lavar with an R at the end. Exactly written the same way you did, but you just add an R at the end of that word. Lava chicken. I have no idea what that is. I assume that it's just yet another meme that you're spouting. But yeah, I don't spend time on TikTok at all, unlike you. So most of the memes that you might mention to me, I will probably not know. So I'm afraid I don't know that one either. Minecraft movie reference. Okay. Well, I still haven't watched the Minecraft movie. I still don't intend to watch the Minecraft movie, honestly. Is it actually any good? I feel like I've already asked that question, but never mind. It's okay if I am old and I forget things. But is it actually any good? Because from the trailer I watched, it didn't really seem to be great, honestly. To above decent, in my opinion. Okay, interesting. I feel like you and I probably have different ways of measuring the quality of a movie. I feel like you and I probably have different tastes, maybe because of our generational difference. But yeah, from the humor that I could see in the trailer or the comedy, if you want to call it that, I did not find it quite as humorous as it was intended to be, or as it was supposed to be. So, if I just go off of the trailer, honestly, yeah, it didn't really give me uh, any goodwill towards the movie. But it was kind of short. I feel like they skipped a lot. It was like an hour and 50 minutes long, anyways. I mean, an hour and 50 minutes is quite long for a movie. Although I guess we have been accustomed to 2.5 hour movies in recent years, I guess. But I mean, an hour and 50 minutes? Why not? Let me see what the critiques say about it. Let's see. Minecraft. The Minecraft. Can I write? The Minecraft movie. There you go. Come on, Google. Tell me. Oh, damn. They have a 5.7 out of 10 on IMDb, a 2 out of 5 on Allociné. Allociné is a French website for movies and TV shows and rankings and all of that. And they have a 48% on Rotten Tomato. I see. Well, well, I am really not ready to invest 1 hour and 50 minutes of my life in a movie that is so poorly rated. Let me check some of the IMDb reviews just out of curiosity. The first one I read, it is bad. Oh, God. A cash grab. Oh god. It is bad. I walked into the Minecraft movie hoping for at least a spark of creativity and mystery that made the game iconic. Instead, I got 90 minutes of painfully generic kids' humor, zero emotional depth, and a plot so lazy it could have been written by a focus group high on sugar. I see. Well, I guess it has appealed to you, Ktosh. It has appealed to your kid's sense of humor. I mean, you are still kind of a kid. No, you're middle, the middle section of a teenager, I guess. But still, I don't think I will enjoy this movie, in all honesty. So I'd rather not waste an hour and 50 minutes of my life on this. But if you enjoyed it, that's good for you, and maybe they'll make a sequel, and you'll be happy with it. Who knows? I mean, as long as it made money. Did it make money? That's the question. How much money did it make? Let's see. Can you tell me that? Budget 150 million, box office 951 million, so it made a shit ton of money. You know what? If it made money, then there might be a chance for them to make a sequel. I mean, it's almost guaranteed. You know, you know Hollywood. When something makes money, they are going to pump out quadrillion movies of the same thing, just because they know that people will buy that shit and go see it. So you know what, Ktosh? At the very least, maybe you might get a sequel if you actually enjoyed it, which I guess is good news for you. And it doesn't really change anything for me. Good morning for me and hi for you, Al. Hello, Deidara. How are you? Good morning to you. I hope you slept well. I hope you're done with your chores. I hope you don't have any chores to do anymore because chores are annoying. And I realized that, well, it's not exactly chores. I have to fix a table, but same shit. Just annoying stuff to do around the house, you know. But it is what it is. But welcome to our stream. I hope you're doing well. And let me grab a bit of a drink because I've been yapping for 21 minutes without hydrating. There you go. I have hydrated. But where were we? I don't even know. Right, we were talking about the Minecraft movie. I think I'm more or less done about that. Although, speaking of childhood stuff, I did watch Avatar: The Last Airbender again. Because I told you guys that I watched the TV show that came out recently, like last year or something like that. I watched it and I quite enjoyed it. And you guys told me that the cartoon, the anime version, the original, I suppose I could say it, was much better. It was more in depth. That they cut out a lot of things from the TV adaptation, and I should give it a try. So I decided to give it a try, especially when I was sick. It's not like I could do much aside from staying in bed. So I watched a lot of it. I didn't quite finish it. I believe I have like 5 or 6 episodes left before I finish the entire 60 or something episode run. And I mean, for starters, yes, you guys were absolutely right when you said that the story in the TV show was rushed and a lot of things were removed. And some things were even mixed up, like things that didn't happen in tandem in the in the anime happen in tandem in the TV show. I mean, I guess I understand it is a TV show after all. It is an adaptation, so they have to adapt. It's in the name, it's in the word adaptation, right? So they have to change things around. And I didn't exactly mind it. When I made the comparison between the two, I didn't exactly mind it, but they did remove quite a lot of things, and that removed a lot of depth. So I will agree with you guys on that. They did remove a lot of depth to the characters, to their development. Once again, I understand they have a more limited time to do everything, I guess. But they did remove quite a lot, which means that the characters are not as fleshed out as they should have been. Now, one thing that the TV show removed and that I did not like from the anime was the cringeworthy kids humor, I guess. I really didn't like that when I watched the anime when I first watched it. Well, when I was young, I liked it because I was stupid and young. But when I tried to watch it a few years ago, I really didn't like it. And when I rewatched it last week, still did not like the humor. The humor really did not hit with me at all. So I found it quite cringeworthy. I was doing other things sometimes when I was watching the anime. I didn't watch everything while I was sick in a couple of days. I started watching it at least a week ago or 2 weeks ago, I think. But I was also doing other things while watching the show or the anime, I should say. So whenever cringy humor stuff were happening, I would just focus on whatever I was doing on the main screen, and then when something more important happened story wise, I would focus a bit more on the anime rather than on whatever I was doing on my main screen. So I kind of skirted around or avoided all the cringy humor that I did not like. They made an RRL version of it on Netflix, I think. Yes, that's the TV show I'm talking about, Ktosh. They did make a live action version of Avatar The Last Airbender on Netflix. It's a TV show with about 10 episodes, I think, which covers basically book one, like, the chapter one, like chapter of the water tribe or something like that. And honestly, it's pretty good. I enjoy the fact that they removed all the cringe-worthy humor because for me, it really wasn't funny. Unfortunately, it was just a waste of my time. Not gonna lie. Yeah, it was kind of kuru kuru humor. Unfortunately, that's what happened. That's what was happening in my brain when I was watching the hijinks between the kids. But to be fair, they were kids, so it is understandable. But yeah, I the humor not my thing, but the rest of the story, the lore, the world building, honestly, was quite interesting. I slept late doing a doodle because I wanted to celebrate my luck. Right, because you got that character you wanted. I forgot the name of that character. I'm sorry. Where is that character? There you go. Kozu, Kosuzu Motori? I guess Kosuzu Motori. The chibi version on the bottom left corner of the image you sent looks cute. She also kind of looks insane, like she's going to kill you in your sleep. But I'm happy that you got the character you wanted. How do you eat black truffles with butter in France? I personally don't, but I assume that other people do. Aren't black truffles like super expensive? Let me see, because I do believe it's not as expensive as I thought it was. I suppose it depends. I mean, yeah, 12 euros for 12 gram. I guess it is somewhat expensive. So yeah, I don't actually eat that kind of stuff. I've never tried. Maybe one day I'll try it on in a restaurant or something like that, but I've never actually tried myself. But I would assume that yes, people do eat that in France as well. Do you like Clash of Clans? I've never played. I've never tried. I saw images of it. I don't really like the aesthetic of it. Not that it's poorly made or anything like that. It's just a personal taste question. I just don't like the way it looks. And that's enough for me not to play a game sometimes. I need the game I play to look good. To look good to me, I mean. I want to like the visual artistry of the game. And if I don't, then yeah, it's a nope for me. What about Clash Royale? Same thing. They have very similar aesthetics, right? You can ask me that question about all those games, the Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, and other mobile games. I generally don't play mobile games because I don't play on my phone, generally speaking. Um, most yeah, pretty much all the games I play, I actually play them on PC, even though they can be made on phone. I know that Genshin Impact, Wuthering Waves, and all the games that I play are actually available on phone, but I don't really consider them mobile games, except maybe for AFK Journey, I guess. That could be a mobile game, but even that I don't actually play on my phone because my phone is not good enough. I mean, I can play AFK Journey on my phone, but it's really not good looking. So generally speaking, I just play on PC. So any kind of game that is only mobile, I will not play because it's just not my habit. It's just not what I do. But uh, if you enjoy it, then enjoy it. Sure, why not? The reason I ask is that because I found Pringles with the taste of black truffles with butter and it's called French style. I don't know if that's particularly French, honestly. I do know that we do use truffles in our cooking, and French cooking is relatively well known around the world. Well, I can even remove the relatively. French cooking is really well known around the world. I mean, we have Escoffier, right, in Genshin Impact, and her name is actually the name of a real life chef, and I do believe that he's French. So there is all of that, you know. But I don't really look into high level of cuisines or anything like that. Like things that are way out of my budget, I don't even to, to really pay attention to because I know I can't eat it. I can't afford to eat it, so I just don't care. I mean, it's not that I don't care. It's just that I will see it, I will say, oh, that exists, and then I'll just forget about it, you know, just because it's way too expensive for me to eat, and I typically don't go into restaurants that uh serve black truffles because not all restaurants serve black truffles, you know. Um, I would argue then that probably most restaurants don't actually serve it. Mostly high-end restaurants, I guess, is my best guess. But uh, I don't even remember if I've seen that on the menu of the restaurants that I went to, because, well, like I said, too expensive. But I assume it is part of French culture, so why not? But at the end of the day, the Pringles you bought, it's just a marketing scheme. It's just a marketing gimmick to call it French style, just because they know that people like French cuisine, so they will buy more shit because, or rather, more food that is stapled as being French, just because they know that French cuisine is really good and well known around the world. So I feel like, yeah, those Pringles, they're just a gimmick, a marketing gimmick. That is the neat part. Adorable, scary looking. Look, my doodle. Yes, I saw your doodle, and it is. Uh, well, I mean, it is looking exactly like the character that you posted, like the actual screenshot of. It looks like a. It is well drawn. That's what I want to say. Is it actually cute? I don't know because she's scaring me. But I guess that's your king. That's what you like. You like someone who is both cute and scary at the same time. And why are there flames on the book? And what are those chains around the sleeping character? What's going on there? Also, thanks. Why are you thanking me? What did I do? Hongai on PC just uh doesn't feel right in my opinion. Do you mean Honkai Star Rail? Oh, I don't see a problem with it being on PC, honestly. Graphically speaking, it looks really good on PC. I don't think it would look as good on my phone. I know for a fact it doesn't look as good on my phone. And hello, Chip. Who are you yeeting today? But what's going on there? Why are you yeeting someone? But hello to you. Welcome to the stream, and I hope you're doing well. I hope you slept well. And I hope you certainly did not go to sleep at uh, ungodly hours, as they say. But to get back to what I was saying about Ktosh's stuff, yeah, I don't really see why. I mean, do you have a specific argument, Ktosh, to to say that Honkai doesn't feel right on PC, because for me, Honkai on PC, just, I mean, it's a turn-based game, sure, but there are plenty of turn-based games, you know. So I guess it just works for me, like yeah, any other game, I guess. Thanks, thanks. Ah, why are you thanking me so many times, Deidara? What's going on? What did I do? What did I say? But you're welcome. I don't know for what, but you're welcome. I can't color it due to Azure Lane. Ah, because you don't have the time because you're playing Azure Lane, right? But at some point you might not stop playing, but at the very least reduce the amount of playing, your playtime on Azure Lane, right? So maybe then you will have time to color it. Hopefully, one day you shall be free of Azure Lane. I don't know. Ah, you don't know, Chip. Well, I guess in that case, we can yeet Child. The Child is always a yeetable character, right? I mean, we've seen Skirk do it, and she did it really well, so why not? The only problem is I don't have Child on my account, so do you have Child on your account, Chip? Can you yeet Child? Because unfortunately I can't. I don't know, probably because I just got used to playing on phone first. Ah, I see. Understandable, yeah. It can be difficult when you've formed the habit of doing something a certain way to switch it up. So I guess it can. I can understand why you would have a hard time with that. I started playing all of the games that I play on PC first, so I've been used to it. I have played most of those games on my mobile as well, and it was absolute garbage. I played Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, AFK Journey, and Reverse 1999 on my phone, and my phone is a hot potato, basically. So yeah, never doing that again, hopefully. The only reason I actually played those games on my phone is just because I was away from my computer, I was away from my home, and I didn't really have a choice. But yeah, never again, because my god, that was horrible. And thank God I've never tried playing Wuthering Waves, what do you call that, on my phone, because I think Wuthering Waves would just blow up my phone. On the 19/6, 19th of June, you will stop playing Azure Lane because that's the end of the collab. Is that it? Is that why, Deidara? Time to upgrade your phone? Yeah, but man, phones are expensive. And honestly, I don't mind that my phone is garbage in terms of playing games because it's really not my main source of playing games. Like I will never take the habit of playing my games on phone. I just love playing on PC so much, and I'd rather upgrade my computer rather than upgrade my phone. Because if I want an actual good phone, I think I would have to spend like maybe 800 euros on that. And I'd rather save those 800 euros to put it into a bigger budget to buy a new computer. Because, like I've mentioned before, my computer right now is 9 years old, except for the graphics card, which is now 4 years old, I think, because my original graphics card died 5 years into its life, which was a very unfortunate incident with Blender, I think. But yeah, I'd rather just upgrade my PC. That way I could maybe have a 2.5Z model instead of a PNG that you see. Maybe you could see me move around instead of just looking at you sideways. Maybe I could actually move around and try and make a live 2D model. Though I guess I will struggle quite a lot to make that because I have no idea how any of that works, but it would be fun. And overall, I know that my computer is at its limits right now. With the games that we play, I can play them no problem on my own, but sometimes I can see that streaming while playing some of the games, especially Wuthering Waves, for instance, I can see that streaming while playing, yeah, my computer is really. It's not dying per se, but it is at its limit. Which means that if I ever want to try a newer game, I wouldn't be able to, unfortunately. So That's why I would rather buy a new computer rather than buy a new phone. Because otherwise, my phone does everything it needs to do. I mean, I don't do shit on my phone, honestly. I don't spend all that time on my phone. I scroll through Reddit from time to time. Once every month, I guess, I scroll on Instagram as well, just because why not? But otherwise, I don't spend that much time on my phone, and I send messages to my friends. But you don't need an 800 euros phone to send messages on WhatsApp, right? So it feels kind of like a waste. I don't want to invest in something that I wouldn't really use, you know? I'd rather invest in something that I would actually use for a long time. Like the computer I have right now, back when I bought it for what, like 1,300 euros back then, I think, somewhere along those lines. And that's just for the tower. That's not counting the screen that died, actually. But that's not counting the screen, the speakers, and all of the rest of the equipment. Just the tower itself was 1,000. Well, it was 1,300 euros, and I mean, uh, given the fact that I've used it for close to 10 years, I feel like I've paid like a little over 130 euros per year for that computer. In a way, right? I actually had to pay all of it upfront, of course, but I feel like I've how do you say this in English? Oh yes, in English. How to speak English, because I can't. Um, rentabiliser, make profitable. Yeah. Is that really? You don't really. You don't have a word in English for it? Oh, I'm disappointed in English. The word I'm trying to use is rentabiliser, which means yeah, turn a profit off of it. It's not actually turning a profit, but what's the definition? Good question. I don't know the the definition. I just know what it means because you know, sometimes you rendre rentable. Ah, yeah, great. So the definition of the word is make profitable, basically, which is what it translates to in English. So basically, instead of having a specific word for it in English, you just get the translation of the definition. An investment. It's more like a return on an investment or something like that, in the sense that you made good use of that investment, if that makes sense, you know. Because like I said, I've spent 1,300 euros on that computer, but I've used it for close to 10 years now. So I feel like that's a good investment, right? Yeah, period. That's just a good investment, in my opinion. Yeah, that's somewhat called investment. Yeah, I guess so. I don't think it really translates exactly the same, because we have the exact the another word that is the actual translation of investment. It would be investissement. But buying something high-end part for possible future proofing. Is that a definition of investment? Wait, what? Um, an investment is a purchase of stocks, bonds, real estate, or other assets to acquire capital gains, dividend distributions, or interest payments. Okay, we are getting into the territory of things that are way too complicated and above my pay grade. I think that that just broke my brain a little. Speaking of breaking my brain, the story of Reverse 1999 is also breaking my brain, because I still have no clue what the hell is going on, and yet we spend like what, five? At least. Well, let me check. Never mind. I don't want to check. It's annoying. Never mind. Twice. I can actually check on my YouTube channel. Where is my YouTube channel? Come on, YouTube. You know you can do it. I believe in you. Lives. Come on, my lives. There you go. Yesterday we spent 5 hours and 30 minutes. Last week we spent close to 3 hours, even though I think I yapped for an hour and then we did one stage in an hour and 30 minutes. And then the first stream I did on chapter 9 was 6 hours. So that's like 11, 4, yeah, 14, close to 14 hours. We've spent close to 14 hours in the story, and I have no clue what's going on. I feel like at this point, either there is a problem with the story or there is a problem with my brain. Either is possible. I don't want to fault the game. I am willing to accept the blame, but I feel like something is wrong. Disclaimer, take a bit of grain of salt cause drowsiness hits hard now. Wait, what? Are you just telling me that you're sleepy, Chip? But why do I need a grain of salt if you are a sleepy? What's the connection there? I am confused. And hello, Swivy, how are you? You arrived just in time for us to start Reverse 1999, or rather continue Reverse 1999. My hope was to finish the story today, but I have a bad feeling about this. I don't think I can finish the story today. But I would very much like to get to Zenless Zone Zero 2.0 because, my god, I want to pull for Astrayo because I don't know how to play her. So I want to start playing with her so I can understand how to play with her. I need to get my hands on her, which I know sounds very weird, but you know, you understand what I mean. Anyway, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Now, the game has been launched, but it has not been launched properly yet. Yeah. Recoleta, please stop yapping in my ear. It is very distracting and then I lose focus and everything goes wrong. Where are we? The game, come on, OBS, please. Yeah, perfect. We have our beautiful green lady with us. I hope work was okay yesterday, Swivy. I don't know if you're working today as well while watching my stream. I hope your bosses never catch you watching my stream while you were at work. And if they do, I hope it won't be a problem. Now then, let us get back to our story, finally. With 13, okay, so 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, okay, so we do have 8 stages to do. So, well, I mean, yesterday we managed to do, 7, I think? No, 6. Shit, we only did 6 last time. Or yesterday. Well. And why is this thing... Wait, am I missing something I'm supposed to read? Because I see the little diamond. Is it still bugged? Or am I missing something I'm supposed to read? I am willing to read. I have read everything up until now. So where is it? Game, what are you doing to me? Did I miss it? God damn it, game. Why are you like this? Why are you the way you are? Oh, wait. Never bad. Can be tedious at times though, but they don't monitor me or have required hours. Sounds like a good job, I will say. And Ktosh, why are you writing 6-7? What's the point of the question exactly, is my question. Like, why do you ask that, Ktosh? I read what you wrote about that meme, and I still don't get it. I still don't understand the why of anything there. As long as I get what's assigned to me done by when they need it, I'm good. Nice! Oh, yeah, I lucked out. Good first job of the market. Nice indeed. Although, I guess, yeah, you really did luck out because I saw a friend today and we were talking about jobs and his job is very demanding and there is a lot of pressure involved on it. And, I mean, he does find it interesting, but he also seems to be quite stressed by it. So yeah, I guess some people are lucky enough like you to have jobs where things can be tedious but not overbearing, I guess, probably. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course. You know your life better than I do. Because you said you did 6 yesterday, so now we need to do 7, 6, 7. Please censor the word job. Don't worry, Tosh, you don't need a job yet. You're not even in high school yet. You're fine. But one day that word will hit you like a freight train. And, well, maybe not. If you're lucky, maybe you'll just find a decent paying job, a good job that you will enjoy and like. It can happen. Look at Swevy. He seems fine with his job. Now then, stage 13. Master of the Labyrinth. Within the corpse of the labyrinth's builder, he proclaims, "It is and has always been perfect." Damn, I've yapped for 50 minutes. Good grief, we are not finishing this story today, are we? And I wanted to pull for Astrayao tomorrow. It's never going to happen, is it? Oh, perhaps not never, but I guess I shall wait until Saturday, probably. Only the steady beeping of a heart monitor keeps the eerie silence at bay.
Dr. Merlin, or should I say Aleph, I don't know why you're using my novel to manipulate the Panopticon.
More time to accumulate pulls, I suppose. You're actually right. I was at less than 41,000 pulls when 2.0 actually dropped last week. And now I think I'm at 43,000 pulls. Because there is the movie event that I have not touched it today, but I will continue because it is quite fun. And there is the Bang Boom Mecha event that I honestly don't really understand, but why not? And on top of that, I still have at least one old event that I had not finished. That it's an event linked to Miyabi and Yanagi, and we're exploring some new place, very weird place. But I haven't paid close attention to the story because I was lacking time, unfortunately. But there is that event that I have to finish as well. So I do have some rewards to get, and hopefully it will be enough to get Astrayao, Yishuan, and Astrayao's Wenjin. Also, I know I missed the Yap session, but Astrayao really doesn't need her Wenjin. Really? Come on. But I want her Wenjin. I want my Evelyn team to be all premium units with their Wenjins. Kaboom, the Cannon, Lucy, or Sakaku's Wenjin works really well. But I really want Astra to have hers. Up to you, of course. Yeah. I'll check out the calculations on Pridewind. Generally speaking, they have a calculation map on which Wenjin is however many percent of which other Wenjin. But I think I will still probably try and get Astrayao's Wenjin, even though it might not be optimal in terms of pulling, just because I want my Evelyn team to have all the premium stuff they can get, basically. I want my Evelyn team to be the best it can be, especially because it's quite rare for me to actually like every single character of a team. Because when you look at other games, the teams, like I might like one specific character a lot, but the other characters that complement them well in the team might not be characters that I really love as much. So this time around, the fact that I love all three characters, Evelyn, Leiter, and Astrayao, I love all three of them, I feel like I should give them all their Wenjin. That being said, it will all depend on how my pulls will go with Astrayao first. Because I will pull for her first, then if everything goes well, I will pull for Yishuan, and if everything goes well and I still have something left, then I might pull for Astrayao's Wenjin. But yeah, first I have to win two 50-50s, you know? And hello, amazing Shelly, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Sorry, I was yapping, I saw your message waving. Sorry. That's one hell of a welcome. But I hope you're doing well. Yes, I saw you waving, but I was in the middle of my explanation, so I didn't want to interrupt you. Not interrupt you, interrupt myself. Oh, God. But hello to you and welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Aesthetics and waifu over meta, of course. Yep. Honestly, that's what I usually do. I just play the games in the way that I enjoy it personally. Whether it is optimal or not, it's okay. Sometimes I will go the optimal route just because I want to. Sometimes I'll go aesthetics and waifu over meta. I just pick my my road depending on how much I enjoy each character. I do a bit of everything. As long as I keep enjoying the game, that's the path I shall take. Well, it's fair. Yeah, interrupting myself, and then I have to track back everything that I said to not re-say it again, because my brain works in very strange ways, and my brain does not work properly. But where were we? Right, we are with our waifu, Recoleta. I should not call her our waifu because I don't know how old she is, I don't remember. I think we've had this discussion, but I forgot. Maybe I chose to forget, which might be a good thing. But she's here, and she's very disappointed, unfortunately.
But you need to know that it won't serve your purpose, whether in fiction or reality.
She's 17. Yes, I feel like I chose to forget that information. Because I think she looks really good. But if she's underage, you just, you leave them alone. You leave them alone if they're underage. It is a rule, it is a law, you do not have a choice. Although technically speaking, this is a fictional character, so I guess, who cares? But still, you should not compromise your morals, I suppose. She looks over 20. I would agree with you, Deidara. I would agree with you. I think she looks older than 17. By how much, I couldn't exactly tell you, but yeah, I would say that she does look older than 17, but nah. You know, Reverse 1999 and characters' age, it's something that I really do not understand. I'm usually a meta slave except Genshin, where I just did everything with my queen Eula. Ah, you're a Eula enjoyer as well, I see. I really love Eula. I no longer play her, not gonna lie, because I don't really find a place to properly play her. And she doesn't even have a proper team, honestly. I mean, there is Mika, I guess. He exists, but he's not exactly great. But yeah, I still really do love the character Eula, and I wish we had more physical supports, but I guess Hoyoverse has completely forgotten about those. So I'm supposed to talk to women above 20? You're supposed to do whatever you want, Ktosh. You don't have to talk to anyone. You can talk to whoever you want. And on top of that, you are actually underage, Ktosh, so I guess it doesn't matter to you. If you're dating a girl that is 14, it's okay because you are 14 as well. If I'm dating a girl that is 14, I'm going to jail. So that's the difference. The difference is that I am an adult, you are not. So the standards are not the same. Genshin hates physical support. Yeah. I mean, I thought that Mika would be our savior, but he was not. And I even got a Shenhe C1 because I was trying to get C6 Mika. Worst mistake ever. But I don't regret it because I went for it for our Queen Eula, so I don't exactly regret it, but kind of. And I do enjoy having C1 Shenhe, it's actually quite useful. Well, I'm going to shove Eula in the 4th slot for Skirk, Escoffier, and Farina. Though recent Imaginarium Theater has allowed my Eula to see a lot more use. Good point, yeah, you can use Eula in Imaginarium Theater, but does it actually work, Eula in the 4th slot of Skirk, Escoffier, and Farina? Because I mean, Escoffier and Farina are off-field, but Eula is supposed to be on-field, right? So how does that work? What purpose does she serve? Yeah, I got him maxed out too, for that reason too. I see, amazing Chili. We've both been duped by Hoyoverse. Hoyoverse got us, they scammed us. Not if the police doesn't find you. True, but I have a conscience, and I would not date an underage girl. I have a conscience. I would not. I know it is against the law, and on top of that, I don't really see the appeal, not gonna lie, because generally speaking, when you're talking about dating and age in general, I feel like at some point people don't have exactly the same expectations when it comes to dating. And I'm not talking about an adult dating an underage girl. I'm just talking about in general, like a 30-year-old person will not have the same expectation in terms of relationship as a, I don't know, 20-year-old, right? A 20-year-old is just starting their studies or something like that, whereas the 30-year-old is starting to work, or rather has been having somewhat of a career and all of that. So maybe a 30-year-old would want to settle down, buy a house, have children or something like that, whereas a 20-year-old might not. So I feel like, yeah, there is kind of a mismatch there. I don't really understand it, but I guess that's good for me. Not, yeah, I suppose it's good for me that I don't see the appeal of dating much younger women than I am. So, like, yay me, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on from that subject. Probably not just going to use her for the Skirk stacks. Right, I don't remember what she stacks exactly. Oh right, just having Hydro and Cryo characters in her team, right? It's those stacks that you're talking about, Swevy. I mean, at least that way your Eula is going to see some action. I mean, at least she'll be in the team, you know? Mika is actually good for Skirk, by the way. Really? But why? Is it because of his attack speed? Because his 60% crit damage on physical, I don't think is quite useful for Skirk. So is it for his attack speed? Really? Is it really that useful for her? Because his attack speed is not a whole lot. Like, if I recall correctly, for Eula, for instance, you can barely make 1 or 2 more attacks and thus 1 or 2 more stacks when you use her burst. So, yeah, I don't really see the point. And even then, it's kind of difficult to actually make it happen. Eula doesn't want to believe other characters on your team exist with how long she wants to be on field. True. Well, technically, she is a main DPS. She's supposed to be on field. By the way, we've yapped so much that some ads are going to run in, well, right now. And unfortunately, I do not have snoozers, which I think is my own fault because I used too many snoozers yesterday, so Twitch is punishing me today. And I don't have any snoozers. So I guess I'll just keep on yapping while the ads run, and then we'll continue on with the stories. Ah, my bad. I was not on the right window. Would you mind starting the ads? I don't want to wait. Stop making me wait. What is a snoozer? Oh, it's just like you're on your alarm clock when you... Well, I hope you're not getting an ad right when I'm explaining this. Shit. But the snooze is a button that you can get on your alarm clock, for instance. No, I'm not good. Just like on your alarm clock, it allows you to push back your alarm clock for 5 minutes. Same thing here. The snooze button on my stream manager allows me to push back the ad roll for 5 minutes, and I have 3 snooze buttons per stream, generally speaking. Oh, I didn't know Twitch had something like that. Yep. I can snooze the button. I can push back the ads for 5 minutes 3 times per stream. And yesterday I feel something bugged out and I snoozed more than I should have, more than 3 times. So I think that's why today I have no snoozes, which is kind of sad, but oh well. It is what it is. Wait, I missed a few things. It matters in the person and her life experiences. I mean, yeah, the overall, everyone, you know, have different experiences and all of that. But generally speaking, and I'm really speaking generally, you know, not individually, because individuals are very complex. So I have to generalize in a way that is not proper, but it's the only way to speak broadly. Generally speaking, I feel like, yeah, depending on your age, you will have different expectations for your relationships and your life in general. Stuck between Mommy Ambi and Sufa Idol Singer. What the hell are you talking about, Chip? Who is Super Idol Singer? Who is this? Super Idol Singer is... what? Chip, you're confusing me. You're confusing me more than Ktosh is. Which is quite, something. Oh, Yishuan or Astrayao. Ah, I see. Well, it depends. What do you need? Do you need, what do you call that? Do you need a support or do you need a main DPS? Which one is the thing that you need more? And do you prefer chaotic fried rice, or does Yishuan have some kind of nickname or something, or something? I don't know. Does she have any kind of nickname or I guess she's called Shifu, but it reminds me too much of that turtle in Kung Fu Panda, right? They were also called Shifu, but that just means master or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Where was I at? I might miss my answer to my last question. What was your question? Did I miss your question? I didn't see any kind of question in your messages, Chip. What was your question? Are snoozes a weekly reset, not daily? Honestly, man, I don't know. I don't understand how snoozes work, because like I said, yesterday, for some reason, I was able to snooze more than 3 times per stream. Whereas today, I have no snoozes, or at least this time around, I had no snoozes. So, I don't get it. And it's supposed to be per stream. So, yeah. Generally speaking, I should not be able to snooze more than 3 times per stream. So I don't know what happened yesterday, but I kind of took advantage of it because I wanted to keep going with the story. So it's kind of... Sorry. It's kind of my bad. I think Chip is referring to Astra. Yes, indeed. Astra, yes, indeed. Though I think she's more of a super pop singer. I see. Idols are coming later in later patches. Right, I saw that there was a group of idols that was supposedly rumored to come out in ZZZ. I saw their design and I'm quite frankly not fan. So that means I will be able to save, I guess. Which is a good news for me. And thank you for the hydrate. And while I hydrate, I can let the characters talk.
You claim that the inmates are both the observer and the observed, and both wielders and subjects of power. How could you be so blind as to not see the true state of the Panopticon? The inmates haven't achieved any perfect order. No, they've devolved into pitiful caricatures of themselves, performers in some endless pantomime to be watched from the central tower. Even their medication has become a prop to demonstrate the so-called randomness of fate in the theater that is the Panopticon. This farce hasn't made the Panopticon a better place. No, it has warped it into a twisted theater of cruelty, where the sick are denied treatment and left to quietly perish in the dark corners of its halls.
So I guess this is all a summary of what happened yesterday. So thank you, Recoleta. For those of us who may or may not have a terrible memory, like myself, it can be useful. Because honestly, I didn't remember exactly where we were at. I just remember I said we were at a cliffhanger of some sort, and I was like, you know what, that's a good point to stop. That's all I remember.
And literature has died alongside them.
I don't think literature is all that important in the context of mistreating patients.
This prison is a monster, born under the gaze of this all-seeing power. Aleph, is this truly the ultimate answer you've been searching for?
The physician suddenly seems startled, stepping back and accidentally knocking over his tools.
What? Are you suggesting that this is the answer I've reached? That my experiment has been a failure all along, and I've been too blind to see it?
Well, I mean, she's got a point.
No. Impossible. Foucault's theory is flawless.
I don't know who Foucault is. I assume he's a French dude because I know it's a French name, but especially because we had a French TV show host who was named Jean-Pierre Foucault. He was not a TV show host. He was the news anchor journalist dude, I guess. I don't exactly know what it is called in English, but he presented the news for a long time, but I think he retired since then, having his life's work denied in something he cannot tolerate. The man searches the tabletop with feigned composure, but in doing so, he unintentionally sweeps all the surgical tools onto the floor. He's the doctor? I guess yes, Aleph is technically speaking supposed to be the physician, and a physician, I guess, is a doctor of some sort.
I have removed every obstacle to the running of this prison. It is pure, sacrosanct.
Well, he's a doctor, but also a patient, apparently. He's supposed to be a prisoner in this prison. I don't know how or why he got this much power. That I have no idea. But I guess this is what happens to Dottore from Genshin Impact if Dottore from Genshin Impact went all crazy.
I have constantly re-evaluated the system, adjusting my instructions to my subordinates to ensure the most efficient maintenance of the established order. And now, you stand here and tell me that everything I've done has been meaningless from the very beginning?
Yes?
That the power model I have implemented has already been replaced by an alternative? No, outsiders. The perfect order of the Panopticon shall not be disrupted. I will not be swayed by your lies.
Well, I mean, you go outside your office and witness it for yourself if you want to, you know, that's what a good researcher would do. Actually, you know, research, actually observe how things are instead of just assuming that you know better. I hot big titty goth dommy mommy queen Aleph. In my I mean, I know that it's kind of ironic that you call him that, but in my opinion, the real hot big titty, not goth, but dommy mommy is Fleur de Lis in Wuthering Waves. I kind of really want to pull for Cartethia just because of Fleur de Lis, but I don't have Chacona, and they have somewhat the same issue, like Chacona and Cartethia. They have the same issue as Zani and Phoebe. They kind of have to be together. It's not an absolute must, but you are losing a huge chunk of damage if you don't have Chacona. So I decided I will save my guaranteed. But yeah, I mean, am I the only one who thinks that Fleur de Lis is really hot? And on top of that, I wish that we got Fleur de Lis as a playable character all on her own, just because I wanted a 3 or 4 meters tall girl to be out there, you know, just to change things up. 3 or 4 meters, I guess that would be 7 or 8 feet tall, I guess. I don't really know what it would be like in feet, but a lot of feet. I shouldn't have added an S there. A lot of feet. But yeah, she must be at least 3 or 4 meters tall. She's like really tall. And I just wanted to have a character like that because it would change so much from what we are used to having as characters, because we have tiny characters, we have medium characters, we have somewhat tall characters, but we don't have like gigantic characters such as Fleur de Lis. So I wish she could be an actual playable character. But oh well, we have to have a small Cartethia first. No 4-star alternatives? Nope. There is nothing, unfortunately. Aero Rover can work, I think. Yeah, but basically the best team right now for Cartethia is Cartethia, Aero Rover, and Chacona. That's how it goes. Because Chacona has the same issue as Phoebe, which is that their outro skill gives 100% either spectral damage or arrow erosion damage or something like that. Like they give a huge boost in their outro skill. So without that boost, you're losing a shit ton of damage. So Arrow Rover is a must if you don't have Chacona, because otherwise, I mean, there is one thing that I think is good with Kartathea is the fact that she can apply arrow erosion on her own, but it's somewhat difficult. Like she doesn't apply enough to fully self-sustain in a way, whereas Zani can't even apply anything in terms of Spectral Frazzle. I think she might be able to apply 1 stack of it, but not even. But regardless, she wants to have at least 16 stacks, if I recall correctly, 16 or 18. So 1 stack is kind of ridiculous if that is the case. But on the other hand, Kartathea, at the very least, she can apply 3 stacks on her own, I think, if I'm not mistaken, of arrow erosion, and you don't get as many arrow erosion stacks as you would of Spectral Frazzle, so it's kind of hard to compare. But I feel like Kartathea is kind of an improvement on Zani, but at the same time, they still have that same problem where you have to have that premium support to go with that character. So yeah, and don't get me wrong, I actually genuinely want Chacona. It's just that I didn't have the means to get her, and I didn't want to spend to get her. And now that I don't have her, I don't really see the point in pulling for Kartathea, because I feel like at the end of the day, I just don't. I won't be able to fully utilize Kartathea, so I just gave up on her. Sorry, Kartathea. I'm sure plenty of other people will pull for you. Of course not, but no, liking Kartathea is wrong. I don't dislike Kartathea. Don't get me wrong, Deidara. I don't dislike Kartathea, but I prefer Fleur de Lis. I prefer tall characters rather than small beans, because Kartathea is a small. She's medium. She might not be as small as Carlotta, but she's still rather small. I have Chacon now. I don't have any pulls for Kartathea. I mean, Jamie, you might have some more pulls later on, right? You can save up during the patch, kind of, maybe. Try. If you want to. So Zani 2.0, kind of, yeah. A little bit better than Zani, but not by much. In terms of the way they design the character, I'm talking. Not in terms of her actual damage. I don't know which one would be more powerful or anything like that. But in terms of design, or kit design, to be more specific, I feel like Kartathea is a bit of an improvement, but it still has the same flaws. So 20 rotations for 60 stacks trust. Yeah. Apparently, even Arrow Rover's rotation is kind of clunky. It's kind of strange, apparently. I haven't tried it myself. It's just the word of I Win to Lose Gaming. But I would trust him. I would trust his word. Speaking of Chacona, she conquered my heart with her songs, finally a bard that sings and play instruments. Yes. I did the story with Chacona because I wanted the rewards and all of that. And the story itself was pretty interesting, pretty good. She had a sad backstory, unfortunately. But I absolutely loved her songs, and I wish we heard more of it. I wanted to hear the full version of her song, god damn it. Because she sings beautifully and the song itself is beautiful. I wanted more. Fleur can sit on me. Don't even play Woowa. I want to see an extra tall waifu in ZZZ. You know what? Maybe ZZZ will be our answer. Maybe we'll get a 4 meters tall woman in that game. But be careful. If Fleur de Lis sits on you, I think you might die, because she might be taller, but I bet she's also heavier than a regular human being, you know? So, well, I mean, I suppose it's not a bad way to die. Probably.
This facility is superior to all others. Nothing here escapes my notice.
I feel like you're just saying thing. That's the goal. Fair enough, Swivy. Understandable. Out of all the ways to die, I guess being sat upon by a beautiful, very tall lady is a good way to go. I have entirely of Ricasita. Oh, do you mean Rinasita? You've explored the entirety of Rinasita and the Black Shore's story. Oh no, you have the entirety of Rinasita and the Black Shore story to do with all the events, including all the old ones, to try to grind for Cartetia. Oh, okay, so you might actually have... you might actually be able to get Cartetia and play her with your Chacona, and play both of them with Aero Rover. If you're starting late, did you get the free weapon? Yes, the free weapon for Aero Rover comes from the story, right? So you should be able to get that in Rinasita. So you will have a free weapon that is pretty good on Aero Rover. And I have basically 0 exploration. Okay, so you have ways to go. You have things to do in order to get more pulls. Ethereal waifu trust. I mean... Oh, a tall ghost lady. That would be something, right? ZZZ devs, if you hear us, if you listen to us, please give us a tall ethereal ghost waifu. I mean, we already kind of have Rina, I suppose, but we want even taller. We want a waifu who's 3 meters tall. Why can't we get a waifu that is 3 meters tall? At last, in a barely noticeable corner, he finds the 20-sided die wreathed in black mist. No idea what that... I guess surrounded by black mist is the meaning of that word.
That said, it isn't easy to work a miracle, as we all know. I shall personally verify it. All myself.
The fuck? All of his emotions dissolve as he grips the die. The narrow operating room shakes as if responding to him, emitting a distorted screech.
What's happening?
I don't know. I feel like I'm on drugs. I don't do drugs. I don't want to do drugs. Please leave me alone.
From another era. You have come here with plagued ideologies in an attempt to break the subtle balance of the panopticon. But did you not notice the tiles beneath your feet? The cracks and water stains on the walls, constantly changing right before your eyes. This room, the previous room, every room, you have blindly wandered through them, seeing them as nothing more than the building blocks of a monotonous labyrinth. But this place was not born from the chaotic imaginings of a madman. No. Every inch has been crafted through the meticulous harnessing of order and power. Every wisp of spider silk drifting in the wind. Every speck of rust on the gallery rail. Every detail of the panopticon has been built by my own hands. With this ever-shifting die, concepts may be transformed into reality, and ideals into substance. I observe the movement of every entity, the passage of every second. The moment you entered this realm, you too became subjects of my experiment.
I see. Ah, we fighting. I see. Well, I hope I managed to increase the volume enough in terms of the cutscene, because as usual, Reverse 1999's cutscenes are very low in terms of volume, for me at least, because of the way I have the settings for the music, and apparently cutscenes volume are controlled with music volume, which I really don't understand why, but oh well, it is what it is. Where were we? Give us Evelyn 2.0, but she's a ghost ethereal and she's 10 meters tall. I would pull instantly. Although I don't want to cheat on my waifu Evelyn, and if at all possible, I would like to Mindscape 6 Evelyn eventually, over time. Kind of like what I'm doing, what I did with Kakanya, P5ing her, sorry. Kind of what I'm trying to do with Zani. I'm at S4 with her, right? I'd like to try and do that for Evelyn as well. So you can give us more waifus. I will be glad for it, but at the same time, I would like to not have too many waifus because otherwise I I won't have enough pools and it will become problematic for me. Who do I want? I want Lopera and Medicine Pocket. But I believe in terms of orders, I have to put Lopera first. I don't remember why. Then Recoleta. I have to put Pickles next to Recoleta, and then I can put in Medicine Pocket. I think this is the order I'm supposed to play these characters in, but I have no idea why. It's just what I somewhat remember. Where was I at? Aleph gave us coke, the drug, when sleeping. I guess so, yes. Apparently, when we entered the prison, we were filled with cocaine, and now we're here. Somehow. Where was I? Is that dedication not a form of madness itself? Guess he can't see it. Nope, he can't. You're right. Stars and planets. Yes, indeed. Now we have stars and planets everywhere. It kind of reminds me of the event with Carla Buona. I never knew how to pronounce her name properly, but I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. It was Kikania at Pickles, and Pickles is 4. Wait, what? You want me to go Kikania and then Pickles? But then Pickles does not play. I'm trying to get an optimal team here, and I don't think Kikania meshes particularly well with Recoleta, does she? That was the order. Yes? Well, it's the story mode, so we should be fine.
All the essentials for writing poetry. You,
Probably.
me, and our opponent.
Admit it. This is all getting out of hand.
I want you to play unoptimal Rako. Ah, I see. I should have known. It's fine. This is story mode. I'll play optimally when I actually just farm for the different stages.
Impossible! All is under the Dai's control. What may appear to be chaos is nothing more than a temporary deviation.
I see. Brother has problems.
Ready? Aim.
It's okay. It's okay.
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo.
I know she's talking about time because she said tiempo, but that's all I understood of whatever she was saying. And this one is still her, right? Yes, I want...
todos los momentos. Give this a taste. Cosmología, filosofía clásica. El funda en la acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más.
I just understood that she talked about accumulations and something else. Oh.
It's special, precise, perfect.
Well, I guess even when I'm playing unoptimally, Recoleta is strong enough to one-shot everything. Almost.
It is far from perfect. You know that as well as I.
Shot dead. Yep, I mean, what do you call that? Lopera is an executioner, right? The very first scene we saw Lopera in, she was executing prisoners. Right? Oh god. Now that I think about it, we are in a prison. We should not be bringing Lopera. She's going to execute everyone. Beyond the mundane concept of time. Thank you, Deidara. Thank you. Someone who can understand Spanish. Thank you. We have one. Yes. Which is lovely because I always like to understand whatever the hell the characters are saying. But unfortunately, I do not speak every language in the world. By Dores, you're executed. Oh god, can you imagine if Lopera decides to shoot Dores? I don't think she would, right? I mean, Dores is kind of inoffensive, right? She's just there. She's harmless. She's just there.
That's what it's all about. Life or death battle and victory.
Just so you guys know, I did not click on anything. I think the game just got bored of me not doing anything. Oh god.
This happened when the idealist was attacked too.
She's a prisoner. Yes, but wouldn't Lopera distinguish Never mind. Given how we saw her the last time we saw her, you know, she was kind of broken. I think she would not make any distinctions and she would just kill everyone and execute everyone. Cosmology and classic philosophy. That's another thing that Recoleta says, right? Because I do hear the cosmologia or something like that she says. But yeah, I have no idea. And the ultimate, I need to listen to it again. Okay, well, I hope I'll get to use her ultimate again soon. I assume we will have more fights, probably.
To think we've been trapped in a prison fabricated by a dye all this time.
Yeah, to think. No one sensed anything? Like, you didn't sense the use of some kind of arcane spell? Usually you're able to sense these kinds of things, if I'm not mistaken.
Did the physician really build all this with such a small, simple object?
The distortion is getting worse. Prepare yourselves to fight or flee.
I love how Vertin is always extremely calm, you know. The situation begins to spiral out of control. Now everything in the room screeches and twists, until they become a mess of meaningless black and white lines.
Please, Dr. Merlin, stop this!
No. You're asking for the impossible.
No, usually when you are doing something, stopping what you're doing is rather easy. You just have to choose to stop. No.
Power model of the Panopticon is destined to permeate all of society. Such insignificant interferences could never plunge it into chaos.
I think he just lost it, man. I think he's too far gone. We can't help him. We can't fix him, guys. I'm sorry, but this is one hot big titty goth dummy mommy that you cannot fix, guys. I'm sorry, Jamie. I know you must be disappointed, but this one is not fixable. Maybe due to the idea of the prison, they can't feel its entire existence in his magic. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, at this point, any theory is good to take, I guess. Maybe because they were inside of it, they couldn't see it in its entirety and understand that it was indeed all an illusion of some sort. Vertin went through everything. She's built to stay normal at the tragic times like this. I mean, true. I mean, given everything she's been through, I guess this is nothing to her, right? Let's break her more. Do you mean break Vertin or break Aleph? Because you said her, but you're also calling Aleph a big titty goth dommy mommy, so it's becoming very confusing, Jamie.
But it already has, Merlin. You failed. I have not failed, as long as I keep the prison running.
The physician fiddles with the die, muttering baffling and incoherent words to himself. I mean, you know when your antagonist, I guess, but I don't really know if we can call Aleph an antagonist here, honestly, but you know when the character is starting to speak to himself and have a proper dialogue with himself, that means that something is incredibly wrong, right? Plus, it wasn't Recoleta's script to detect some weird eldritch magic happening in the prison. Ah, you're right about that. Yeah, I guess because it wasn't part of the script, they weren't able to actually detect it. You might be onto something there, Chip. Aleph is a her. Aleph is my queen, my big titty goth dommy mummy queen, Aleph. Why? Or yes, I guess. Jamie, I think you have problems as well. You might want to consult with Kakanya. Same thing for Aleph. Aleph, if you want some help, I know a great psychiatrist.
It isn't your power model running the prison. It's the die. It's simply a form of magic, unrelated to the microphysics of power you seek. It provides no aid in your experimentation with power.
The simple ibuprofen would do. I'm afraid they don't have those anymore because remember, the prison is lacking in all kinds of resources. So they don't even have one pill for him.
It's a false hope. A castle in the sky given to you by the military junta and Manus Vindictae.
Manus Vindictae?
Ah, the trigger word for Seneto. It reminds me of when Soneto saw Arcana in chapter 5, 6, I think. When, you know, they were in the School of Aperon and she saw Arcana and she drew her wand immediately. So I guess Soneto is really triggered by Minus Vindictae.
So you really are working with them. What exactly do you intend to do?
Chapter 6? Question mark? I think it is chapter 6, right? Because... Or is it... Yeah, I think it is chapter 6 because... No, wait. Yes, maybe? No, chapter 6 was in Vienna, right? How dare you miscall the best chapter called Lucy Van Lestelle. Right, yes. I was getting to that because I know that chapter 7 is the end of the story for the first arc. Chapter 8 is the one that happens in Brazil. This is chapter 9, like Jamie mentioned. So it can't be chapter 6 because before we get to the ending of Vienna, we had the start of Vienna because Vienna happened on 2 chapters, right? So if 7 is the end, 6 must be the start, which means that chapter 5 is the one which happens on the School of Aperon, right? Or am I completely fucking everything up?
Then I've also failed.
I think he's not okay.
I've ended up a pathetic fool, lost in the chaos of reality. Just like the idealist chasing visceral realism, Paracelsus seeking the fountain of youth, and Zahir obsessing over the one-sided coin.
I still don't really understand what visceral realism is supposed to be, but I guess it doesn't really work all that well, given the fact that everything went to shit. And by the way, Chip, I would argue that chapter 7 was better than chapter 6, in my opinion. I really liked chapter 7, especially the ending. It was so freaking sad with the last cinematic, or last cutscene, I guess. With 37 on the island of Aperon, with Kekania alone in Vienna and all of that. I feel like chapter 7, yeah, I prefer chapter 7 over chapter 6. Although chapter 6 did have Greta Hoffman, right? So there was that. But they are, in my opinion, both of them, chapter 6 and 7, they are the best chapters of the entire story, at least for me. Aleph called me a programmer. What do you want Aleph to call you a programmer? Do you want to fix his glitches or something? Aleph needs to take schizo pills to get herself fixed. I mean, we talked about it. One of the medications that the prison was distributing among prisoners were an antipsychotic medication to help people who suffer from schizophrenia. So I guess he just has to take the medication that he's been giving to the other prisoners.
When did it all start falling apart, Aleph?
When you started becoming an altruist and you stopped taking the medication yourself in order to give them to others. That's what's happening here, guys. Aleph is too nice, and because of that, he's no longer on his medication. Now I understand everything. We can fix him. All we need is to give him his pills.
When the doorknob loosened? When the prisoner's wounds started to fester? Or when the daily disinfectant concentration reached 28 milligrams? Or the crack in the second gray brick on the wall expanded to 6 millimeters? Or was it when Warden Tartuffe left Ushuaia with news of the Foucault Association's dissolution? This place should have been the ideal ground for psychoanalytic practice. Why did they halt all research, all discussion? We've been abandoned, haven't we? By eras old and new.
Well, given the fact that you no longer have enough food for your prisoners, yes, I would assume that you've been abandoned.
You designed and have maintained everything in Comala, right down to the smallest detail. But it is these details that trap you.
And as the bars close around you, you are losing your name, Merlin, and you're becoming a physician, a man forever imprisoned within these walls.
So right now he has 3 names, right? Aleph, Merlin, the physician, and maybe even the idealist. Maybe, but that's not confirmed yet, I think.
I don't understand. All these false eras are like a dreadful novel with no conclusion. Trying to find answers within such things is, in itself, a mistake. Much like them, you are destined never to attain transcendentality. Tell me, Aleph, does the ultimate answer even exist?
Well, yes, it does, because 37 managed to get it. And then the people of the School of Eperon were really sad, because basically the answer is chaos, right? If I recall correctly, that was it. So I guess you're not missing out on anything by not achieving transcendentality, right? Yeah, it might be better for you. The die becomes too heavy for him to hold any longer. It drops to the floor. Ah, more cocaine. Ah, no, never mind, less cocaine. The distortions and tremors of the prisons finally subside, as if the pulse of a massive heart had stopped for an instant. Amid the swirling dust, the girls help each other stand but fail to notice the truth revealing itself before them.
Timekeeper, are you alright?
Of course she's alright. She's always alright, except when she's drowning.
Yes, and you? And Miss Recoleta? Are you okay, Miss Recoleta?
The smoke clears, but no one responds. The named girl simply stares in shock at the figure before her.
You're...
You're what?
The word utopia derives from Greek. It means no place.
Does it really? I would check the the etymology of utopia. I don't know it myself.
People cannot understand the structure of the labyrinth, yet they continue to follow its paths.
Maybe because they don't have a choice, I guess, right? Timekeeper is you? Yes, Déraison. The Timekeeper Vertin is her name, and she's the main character of this game. She's kind of like Ether in Genshin Impact, or the Trailblazer in Honkai Star Rail, but her title is Timekeeper, and her actual name is supposed to be Vertin. Take enough cocaine and you will reach transcendentality. Wait, is that how 37 reached it? Because she reached it. She reached transcendentality. She found the answer of everything, right? Does that mean that 37 takes cocaine? Chip, you are the one closest to 37 among us. Do you know if our dear beautiful daughter is taking cocaine? Sounds badass. She is quite badass, Déraison. Vertin, honestly, is a very strong character. She's always extremely calm and methodical, and I find her quite interesting, and I really want to know more about her. What we know so far, and the reason why she's called Timekeeper, is because she's the only person alive that is completely immune to the storm. So she is quite badass. She's the only one. And, well, she kind of paid the price to learn about that, because her friends died, all of them, right in front of her. And it was kind of her fault in the sense that she wanted to bring them out to the storm. She didn't know that they would die. Constantine knew that they would die, but she let them out anyway. Constantine being the director of the foundation. Maybe she's not the director, but she's in a high place or something. Now 37's transcendentality is just insanity on math. Ah, I see. So I guess that means that cocaine is like math. I mean, you know that there is only one letter between math and meth. That is the difference, right? Methamphetamines. It's one letter away from becoming a drug. So I guess it all makes sense. And hello, fat lass, how are you? If you thinking teasing Aleph with 37 research reaching the answer is bad, remember that Regulus rejected it. Oh, do you mean that Regulus rejected getting the answer when she was in the cave, right? And my memory of her time in the cave is kind of fuzzy. The one thing I mostly remember about Regulus being in the cave/prison was 37 biting her. That's where my memory stops. But I do remember she had that whole bit about solving some kind of puzzle and all of that. To be fair, chapter 5 was ages ago and had the long delay between it and chapter 6. Yeah. And my memory of it is kind of fuzzy because I play too many games and I have too many storylines in my mind. too much world building in my mind. But I do remember most of it, you know, the highlights of them.
They cannot comprehend the mechanics of fate, yet they believe in its jurisdiction, as if, by doing so, everything will naturally fall into place.
Is it me or Aleph's voice actor reminds me of Six's voice actor? I feel like they have the same manner of speech. Could this be Six, actually? Like the character 6, not chapter 6, not whatever meme Ktosh was mentioning earlier. Like the actual character 6, or Atticus, if you want to call him by his actual name. For me, they sound really similar. Aleph's VA is actually pretty green with few credited roles. I see. Interesting. Well, so far he's been portraying the character really well, but for some reason his voice reminds me of whoever 6 is voiced by. I'm afraid I don't know who that the voice actor is.
And now, the polar night approaches. How good it is to see you, pen pal.
I mean, yeah, I feel like he speaks like he's on the verge of fainting or something like that. And I feel like 6, when he speaks, he's always on the verge of fainting as well. And Aleph, you don't look too good, my friend. I mean, you have a cool design, but you don't look okay. That's what I meant to say. The mask in the mirror. Wait, and is there... Ah, no! Why, game? No, you can't do this to me. See the little diamonds. Once again, they are here. And I don't see anything that I've missed about reading anything. I'm clicking like a madman. I'm sorry if you're hearing my clickings. But yeah, I'm just... if I re-enter the thing... No, they're still here, so where are they? Is it bugged or is it just me? Like, where are these little diamonds? These diamonds, generally speaking, represent something that we're supposed to read or listen to, but I don't see anything on the map. I'm so confused. I'm clicking everywhere. Oh, well, I guess it is what it is. And hello, Miku11. How are you? They voiced both Idealist, Physician, and Aleph himself. You have to click on the node with the diamond? Thank you. Thank you very much, Miku. You have saved me from insanity. Let me do it. There you go. But just so we are clear, usually that's not how it goes, right? Usually this thing is supposed to appear right away, right? But thank you very much. Because I was going insane not being able to find these things. So yeah, okay, we are going to listen to this before we get to chapter 4, to stage 14. Ah, man. I feel so much, I feel so relieved now that we know. So thank you very much. And yeah, in terms of the voice actor that you mentioned, Miku, I do feel like, yeah, they are voicing both the Physician and Aleph, and it does sound like they are voicing the Idealist as well, which is kind of why I thought the Idealist was the same character as the Physician and Aleph, but so far I don't think we've had any confirmation about it. And Chip on Twitch is saying Miku11, what's popping? Chip, do you know Miku? Is that someone you know? Well, he's on YouTube though. Oh, dang it, should have said nothing so you can join us in Comala prison. No, thank you. I'd rather not. I feel like Comala prison is not a good place to be, especially given the fact that the rations for medicine and food are given at random. So, yeah, no, thank you. I will leave the prison to you guys. You guys have fun there without me. A clipping. When he pulls out the ice pick, don't be afraid. Panic is proof that you're still lucid. For now. Read the clipping. Oh boy. Oh god, I just saw that. Vasily Gayanovsky. Ah, it's somewhat easy to read. Okay, I was scared for a second. Let's see. In 1935, Professor Antonio from Portugal became intrigued by a medical study documenting how gorillas became docile after the removal of their frontal lobes. Yeah, don't remove the frontal lobes of poor animals. It's really not nice for them. Inspired by this, he successfully performed the world's first human frontal lobotomy. Oh. Known as leucotomy. The surgery was remarkably successful, paving the way for significant breakthroughs in research. In 1949, Professor Antonio was awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine for his work. I mean, yeah, it was a different time, I suppose. Yeah, I guess it was indeed a different time, but still, given what I know of lobotomies, I do not advocate for lobotomies. They're not exactly great for people in general. Chip, it's 2 in the morning here, struggling in reveries 300 meters, 3. Chip, so you actually are friends, the two of you. It's kind of funny that you would find yourselves on my stream, although Chip is on Twitch and Miku is on YouTube. I will have to be the messenger pigeon between the two of you, because Miku, you can see the Twitch messages from Chip, but unfortunately Chip cannot see the YouTube messages because of the way my stream is set up and because of Twitch's regulations on showing YouTube chat on stream. I'm not supposed to. Although, like I've mentioned before, I know plenty of people do it, so maybe one day I shall break the rule myself. Through continuous practice and refinement, he and others eventually improved and perfected the procedure, even developing a specialized leucotome, whatever that is. However, the surgical technique required a higher level of expertise, and as a result, it was never widely adopted. In 1945, American doctor Walter Freeman modified the procedure, which became infamously known as the ice pick lobotomy. The technique involved rendering patients unconscious with electroshock or anesthesia and then hammering a steel pick, roughly the thickness of a chopstick, through the upper part of the eye socket into the brain. Right, so if you want a free lobotomy, go to a Chinese or Japanese restaurant. They have chopsticks. All you need is a hammer, and there you go. You can have your lobotomy. God damn it, there is a Japanese restaurant not too far from where I live, where I absolutely love going. I always go there with my best friend whenever she comes back to Paris. And, well, now I will see this place very differently. Whenever I go eat Japanese, I guess I will see things very differently. Have you managed to try integrating Twitch chat and YouTube chat? Do you mean like you guys would be able to see both chats at once? That would be kind of difficult. I know that someone is using a bot to, like I've seen online that someone, a streamer, was using a bot to copy the messages from one platform into the chat of the other platform. And vice versa, so that both chats could see all the messages. So yeah, that sounded complicated, so I gave up on that. And on top of that, I don't know how well it goes with Twitch's regulations, honestly. But like I said, yeah, the thing is, apparently Twitch doesn't really care, so I could show it on stream, but I've never been a risk taker, generally speaking. When I see a rule, I just tend to follow it like an idiot. Also, I was wrong. It was Six who has the green VA, while Aleph has a vet with credits going back to 2009. Damn, he's been operating for 16 years now then. I mean, Six's VA did a fantastic job voicing Six, honestly. He really felt like an ethereal character, Six. That's the best way I could describe him, right? An ethereal character, someone who is, what do you call that? Kind of out there. Like he's always not on cocaine, but on some kind of other drug. But anyway, Six's VA did great, and Aleph's VA is also doing great. He's kind of spooky. My man, we both hard stuck at 350. Meanwhile, I'm still stuck at 250, guys. Please do not mock me. Yes, we see each other from different streams from time to time. That's how large our 99's community is. True. I know that Reverse 1999's community is not all that big, which is quite unfortunate in the sense that I wish the game was more well known, just because it deserves it, at least in my opinion, right? But at the same time, having a small community gives us these kinds of moments. I'll try tomorrow if my PC is vacant to use. What are you trying? Are you retrying 350 meters once again? Good luck to you with that. I assume it must be very difficult. Like I said, I'm still stuck at 250 and I don't want to think about 350. I feel like my poor brain will not be able to compute the difficulty. Where were we? The pick was then manually rotated to destroy the frontal lobe. Ah, I see. So stabbing the patient through the eye was not enough. You had to rotate then. Great. Ah, yes. Lobotomies. Really a good time. In 1950, following strong recommendations from psychiatric pathologist Vasily Gayanovsky, the Soviet government became the first to announce a complete ban on frontal lobotomies. Yay! Yay the Soviet government then, because... yeah, that procedure is really not a good idea. Over the next 2 decades, most countries, including the United States, followed suit and passed laws prohibiting the procedure. Yes, because it provides nothing for the patient. It just destroys their life. So, yeah, friendly reminder to all of you kids, lobotomies are bad. Ah, now we have to listen to the person who makes no sense to me, unfortunately. Well, I hope you guys understand whatever he says, because I don't, generally speaking. Reveries gets more and more crazy. Yeah, I know. I've seen it myself, just going from 0 to 200 meters. It becomes increasingly difficult, unfortunately for me, but fortunately for those who like and enjoy the difficulty. But hey, it stops people from being crazy with a lot of quotation marks. I mean, basically, I can't call the patients who suffered through lobotomies, they aren't exactly brain dead. They are alive and they are somewhat functional, I guess, somewhat. But honestly, you're basically killing the person, in my opinion. That's how I see a lobotomy. That's basically killing the person. But the thing is, yeah, sure, if you're killing a person, then, you know, yeah, that's one way to solve their problem. If they're dead, they can't have a problem, right? So, in my opinion, lobotomies are exactly that. If they're dead, they don't have a problem, but they're dead, so, you know, it's not exactly great. Exactly, no person, no problem. Fair point, fair point. So your solution to war, for instance, would be to wipe out both countries if 2 countries were at war. If you wipe out both countries, then there are no countries anymore, then there is no more war, right? I see the logic there. I see the logic. I don't know if I can agree with it, but, you know, correct, nukes solves the problem. See, nukes, I don't know if that would solve the problem, because unfortunately, even countries that are not willing to go to war would suffer the consequences of a nuclear war. So that would be bad for everyone, even those who are not in the conflict. But then they would die, so they would have no problem anymore. So your idea is to wipe out all life, right? So you're Thanos, but worse. Basically, instead of wiping half of life, you wipe out all of life. That way there is no more problem, no more war, no more famine, no more diseases, no more anything, right? Yes, it works. I suppose it works indeed. Now the Twitch and YouTube chat integration. It would be nice. I will try and look it up, see if it is allowed or not. But I'm kind of confused about the rule, because the rule says on Twitch, the Twitch guideline says that you're not, if you're multi-streaming like I am, you're not supposed to make the Twitch people go to the other website, and you're not supposed to what do you call that? Make the Twitch viewers lack in terms of the experience. But I feel like by the fact that I'm not allowed to merge chats and show them on stream, then you are indeed lacking part of the experience. So it's kind of a stupid rule, in my opinion. It doesn't make sense to me. But well, I guess we can take it up with Twitch. Welcome to Twitch, enjoy. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it to me it's just like a serpent biting its own tail, right? You want me not to leave Twitch viewers out of something, but at the same time you force me not to include them in the things. Why, Twitch? Why are you the way you are? Ouroboros, yes, exactly. Weren't there a god called Ouroboros in Genshin, but he died? Right, he's the one on Watatsumi Island, if I recall correctly. I know the actual Ouroboros does not come from Genshin Impact. Genshin got inspired by real life. Well, Ouroboros is not exactly real, but you know, it's realized. Anyway, you get what I mean. That's Orobashi. Ah, come on, Orobashi, Ouroboros. It's kind of the same, right? We're not all that far. And Orobashi was a scaly dude, right? Because if I recall correctly, Watatsumi Island was built upon one of his scales, right? Or am I inventing new lore for Genshin? It's called natural selection. I don't think nuclear weapons are a part of natural selection, but sure, why not? It could be a hassle, not gonna lie. Is this competitive lobotomy? Looks like. I guess so. I mean, I suppose you know what? I hope they were never, like that competitive lobotomy never existed in the first place. I hope that never existed. But I have a feeling that it did exist. By the way, we've yapped again so much that some ads are going to run on Twitch. And I still have no snooze button, so I can't push them back by 5 minutes. So I shall yap. I shall continue yapping as I usually do. And wait until the ads are gone. And who is that character, the Ayaya character? Because I've seen the video, Amazing Chili. I've seen the video about the girl who sings Ayaya. But what anime is that from? Is my question. Do you know? This is so funny and twisted. Deidara, do you mean our idea of wiping all of humanity so that there would be no more war? I suppose so. I suppose, yes. It is twisted, and it is funny because thank God we do not have the power to do that. Unfortunately, those who do have the power to bring about the end of humanity are not exactly people I would trust, right? I'm talking mostly about the Russian government and the American government right now. They are not exactly people I would trust, honestly, but it is what it is. All we can do is play our gacha games and pray that a nuke does not fall upon us. I mean, if there is a nuclear war, I will be among the first to go because I live in Paris and Paris would probably be a target. and thus I would be no more. So, guys, if there is a nuclear war, you can say goodbye to me very quickly. I shall not be there any longer. Where was I at? No clue. It's a fun meme. Yes, it is a fun meme indeed. Ayaya is a quote from a scene from the anime Kin Iro Mosaic. In the scene, the character Karen misidentifies the character Aya by calling her Ayaya. The scene was parodied in various remixes, and the face the character Karen makes in the scene later became a Twitch emote called Ayaya. I see. From Know Your Meme. Yeah, I know that website, Chip, and thank you for sharing this with us. The name of that anime is Kin Iro Mosaic. What kind of anime is that? Let me check. Oh, yes, I still have a page opened up. Let me see. Where is my anime list? Rape France. Yes, Rape France indeed. I mean, we do have nuclear weapons, so, you know, at least if someone strikes us, we can strike back and everybody dies, and that's great, because apparently that's a good idea. It's noted 7.23 on my anime list, and in English the name is Kin Moza or Kiniro Mosaic. Shinobu Omiya once left Japan to participate in a homestay in England. During her time there, she became close friends with Alice Cartelet. I don't know how to pronounce that. The daughter of the family she was living with. So what is this? Oh, it's a cute girls doing cute things and slice of life 4-comma anime. Oh, okay. 4-comma manga. Okay, I see. It sounds like a fun thing to watch. Maybe I'll watch it later on. And why do I have 6 different, what do you call that, notifications on my anime list? Yuan Shen, that's Genshin. Star Odyssey, right, the thing about Skirk. I haven't watched it yet. Later on, thank you for notifying me my anime list. But the ads are gone, yay! Where was I at? I wanted to push 9,000 trophies in Clash Royale. I'm minus 200 trophies now on 7 losing streak. I love Clash Royale. I wish you good luck, Tosh. I have no idea what you just said. I do not understand a word there. Because I don't know how Clash Royale plays out, so yeah. None of you of what you said makes any sense to me. I thought it's working up to date. Wait, what are you talking about? Chip, are you talking about my anime list? And probably Moe Blob, right? Yeah, basically you described it well. It's cute girls doing cute things. Slice of life anime, so it's cute, it's fun, it's lighthearted, I would assume. And that's about it. The emote. The Ayaya emote, I thought it's working up to date. What do you... I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Oh, it doesn't work on my Twitch chat. It works on the app that I'm using to merge both Twitch and YouTube. So that's kind of weird. But it also works in on my stream. You can see your own emote. Yeah, but for some reason on my Twitch chat and on my OBS, I can't see the Ayaya. But I can see it on the software streamer bot that I use to look at my chat. Yeah, I see it on Twitch chat. Okay, I don't know why I don't, unfortunately. I just see the Ayaya written in all caps. You need 7TV active to see it? Ah, but why is 7TV active on streamer bot and not on my... Yeah, I don't know how that works. I will have to look it up, I guess. You get 30 trophies per win, and you get to a new arena each 500 trophies, and 9,000 trophies is the max for the moment, so I wanted to reach the highest arena. But you're at minus 200 is what you wrote. So you have to climb up to 0 first and then get to 9,000, right? Or did you just mean to say you're at 200 trophies, Tosh? Now then, let us listen to this voice. The philosophy in motion. Does the Foundation ever actually require employees to clock in? Well, I hope so. See, okay, so 7TV Global. Yeah, right, okay. Because on my own Twitch chat, all I see is you writing stare, amazing chili. But on my streamer bot chat, I do see the frog, the frog emote, the actual emote. I do see it. No, I was at 8,800 trophies before I started. Now I'm 8,600. Ah, I see. Okay, so you were 200 trophies away from 9,000. That's what you meant to say earlier. Okay, I understand now. And I guess, yeah, because of the loss streak that you were on, unfortunately, you lost points. Good luck to you on that. I've never heard anyone just call him the frog without just calling him Pepe. Yeah, I know he's called Pepe, but he's a frog. And I don't know his origin, so I call him by whatever I can describe him as. I don't know why he's called Pepe. I don't know where he comes from. So that's why. But I do know that he's called Pepe the frog. Wait, you know what? Let me check. Why is Pepe called Pepe? Pepe the frog. Pepe the Frog is a comic character and internet meme created by cartoonist Matt Fury. You see, designed as a green anthropomorphic frog with a humanoid body, usually. I see. Clash Royale is kind of pay to win, though. Like, there are no level restrictions. It's like you would have 5-star artifacts and level 90 RLA at rank 3. I see. Ah. And it's PvP. I don't want to be mean, but generally speaking, PvP games having a pay-to-win feature, I don't really like it. I feel like it's pretty bad design, but it is what it is, I guess. Oh, it's me reading all of it. Get ready for my voice acting as Vertin and Sonetto. Are you ready? It is what it is. Yes, it is what it is, unfortunately, yes. Sorry. And I can see that, oh, Jouk, you used the redeem, so you have a mother, but for some reason it didn't play out. But hello, Jouk, and yes, I do have a mother, but I don't really know why my sound alert did not work out. Let me try them myself. To see if I can trigger them. Where do I trigger my own sound alerts? I don't even know. No. Because you don't have a mother. I do have a mother. I do. I promise you, I do have a mother. Wait. Oh, it's there that I can activate these things. Let's see. Let's try the rip. Redeem. I have infinite points. It's not working. Why is it not working? What happened to my sound alerts? No! How dare you? Let me check, guys, because that is strange. They were working earlier. Oh, for some reason it logged me out. Well, now I understand. It was because I wasn't logged in. But why would it actually log me out, is my question. Aha! It's working now! Yay! Even though it's still not logging in properly. And wait, Ktosh, you redeemed one as well. Does it still work? No, it didn't. Or it's... Is soundalert.com broken? Oh god, what happened there? Twitch API authorization token error. The heck does that mean? Oh my god, what is going on here? Redirecting automatically. Click here if your browser does not redirect you. Yes, it's not redirecting me. Why there are no kuru? I don't know. I don't know. But hello, Jouk. I'm sorry I missed the first time around. I did not know. I did not see... Oh, I actually did not see your... Wait, what is good? Anyway, hello to you. I hope you're doing well, Shook. But I don't know why my... what do you call that? My sound alert was disconnected from my Twitch account, which is why things are not... Ah! This is the Kuru Kuru from Jamie. But for some reason it skipped the Ktosh's greeting. Error, server error. The server encountered an error and could not complete your request. Please try again in 30 seconds. I see. Guys, I think sound alert is dead. So I am sorry. I can't do anything about that. Ça va? Well, I was doing great until this happened. I am retrying to log in, but I guess maybe something is wrong with soundalert.com. Let me see. Is a sound alert down? Network issues. Do you guys have network issues? Ah, it's working again. Good grief, what is going on? But it's still not connecting me properly. It's still loading the what do you call that? The logging, yeah, error, server error. The server encountered an error and could not complete your request. Please try again in 30 seconds. Yes, you showed me that again. So I guess it works sometimes and sometimes it doesn't. I don't exactly know why that is the case. I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm sorry, guys. So for today, we might not have any more sound alerts. I will try to figure out what the hell is wrong with this later on. Probably tomorrow, because generally speaking, after stream, I'm quite tired. But I will try to figure out what the hell is wrong with this afterwards. And hopefully tomorrow it shall be fixed. I hope. Probably. Where was I at? I would quit literally right now, but I'm close to the highest arena and my account is 4 years old, so I don't want to waste it. Ah. Yeah, I see. I understand, Ktosh, but the question is, are you having fun with the game? If you're having fun with the game, then you might as well continue. But if you're not having fun anymore, are you sure you want to continue? And it's all because of Freddy. You're right, Tosh. Freddy broke my sound alerts for some reason. Because it was working earlier today. I don't know what happened, but oh well. It is what it is once again. Like I said, I'll try to get it fixed by tomorrow. Now then, have you ever heard of Foucault, Sonetto? Yes. He's a renowned French philosopher and social theorist. I read books about his theories at the SPDM. So those are precisely the kinds of books they'd never confiscate. Sorry, I don't understand. Never mind that. Can you explain what you read in detail? Alright. Foucault argued that madness isn't a natural phenomenon but rather a cultural construct. In early times, punishment was a public spectacle, a display of power for the rulers. Nowadays, things are different. After the Enlightenment, punishment became a form of public education, intended primarily to deter crime. That is true. The phrase public execution has all but disappeared from everyday language. Discipline and punishment. By that logic, the SPDM aligns closely with Foucault's ideals. Ahem. But Deleuze believed that another model of power had replaced disciplinary power, the power of administration, a highly efficient yet indifferent system of management. The system holds control over the environment, and under such circumstances, the individual's inner self ceases to matter. Timekeeper, is this discussion because of what the physician said? That's right. Initially, I just wanted to hear your perspective on this. Now, I'm starting to see how this model reduces people to little more than animals. Right, Timekeeper. End of dialogue. Did you appreciate my beautiful voice acting? How closely do I sound to Vertin and Sonetto? I'm sure I have the exact same voice as their voice actresses, right? It'll get fixed due to therapy from Kakanya. Ah, if only I could have therapy from Kakanya, I would be a happy man, you know. I enjoyed the first game until I hard count. I guess, hard counted, and I'm on a 10 losing streak every day. I see. I guess you hit the wall between pay-to-win and free-to-play players, I guess, probably. I'll be able to buy a computer next month. A friend helped me choose components. Nice! Congratulations, Shook. I hope that you do get to your computer next month. That way you will finally be able to see Carpathia. Right. Are you still playing Wuthering Waves, or did you give up after trying? I don't remember. But you might want to play Wuthering Waves in all of its glory, in all of its high definition, once you get the what do you call that? The new computer, because we have a new big titty tall dommy mommy, as Jamie would call them. No, never mind. Never mind. So no fleur de lis for you, I guess. But probably other characters, I would assume. I can dress up as Kekania and give you therapy. Yeah, I'm not getting in a therapy session with a 14-year-old who has no experience in therapy. Especially not a dude dressed up as Kekania. That is the weirdest thing you've ever proposed to someone. And I deleted HSR after 4 days. Well, I guess Zila was not enough to keep you playing the game, which is understandable given the state of the game, and the state of Zila in the game. But I see. You're still playing Reverse, right? What other games are you playing or not? I forgot, is what I meant to say. Oh, and poor Mihai was blocked by the moderation. Barbara, and by the way, hello Mihai. I hope you're doing well. Barbara is pissing me off so much in Reverse 1999. Why in the flip-fuck is she going to sleep after using her burst? I'm seriously thinking about running Recoleta, Kekania, and Tuesday as a team. I think Tuesday and Recoleta might, technically speaking, work, because they both have Moxie gimmick, but I'm not even sure. Although it's really not an optimal team. That being said, yeah, I don't know why Barbara goes to sleep after her burst. I have never played Barbara, and I don't know her kit, unfortunately. But it might be time to replace Barbara with Kekania then. But hello to you and welcome to the stream. I hope you're not too pissed off because of Barbara. Barbara is for rank up team shenanigans. Really? So she could be played with Marcus then, right? Because I got Marcus recently after losing my 50-50 on Noir's banner. So I might as well, I could maybe, yeah, I don't really need to build Barbara, honestly. I have P5 Kekania, she's all I need. I don't care about it being optimal, I just want to run the MILF team. Fair enough, I understand. We all have our priorities, and yours is just as valid as anyone else. Reverse and Genshin, I see. So you want to watch, you want to stare at Eula's ass in 4K. I know you. No, you want Risley's cake, you want Il Dottore in 4K. Most importantly, right? Now then, we've yapped so much. The mask in the mirror. Between two mirrors hangs a single object. One face, two faces, cascading into the infinite.
Where did the physician go? Wait. Sir? Are you?
The idealist? No one notices when the unfamiliar prisoner appears. He seems calm and almost ordinary, like an unchanging mirror that has stood here all along. In this room, in this labyrinth, passed unseen by everyone. Guys, I think Recoleta is not okay. She might need ibuprofen or cocaine. You guys choose one or the other. She might need one or the other. Yes, she spawns cards in the deck after she ults that reduces the rank of one card on one side and increases the rank of a card on the other side. It's a weird kit, but works when you get the hang of it. Interesting. I did not know anything about Barbara's kit. I just know she heals, I think. That's all I know about Barbara. And she's a sheep-headed girl. And she has 3 mothers. Oh boy, I want Regulus to meet Barbara because of this. So you have a mother, voice line. Well, Barbara has 3 of them, if I recall correctly. By the way, I was already using Kikanya and I'm about to get her Psy Cube. Yeah, I knew that you were using Kikanya. I think you mentioned it on the Discord a while back now. And just got Recoletas. Congratulations on that. Ibu Prom. Doesn't Barbara shield? Is she a shielder instead of a healer? So maybe I was wrong about that. Good grief. Recoleta fangirling right now. Ah, my bad. So she doesn't need ibuprofen or cocaine. She's just fangirling. Okay, I see. Thank you, Chip, for correcting me. I admit my wrong. The answer she now sees plainly makes her step back in a panic. But in the end, she says the name out loud. Its sound is heavy, cold, and leaves her at a loss.
Aleph.
Ah, well, yeah, he's the guy we've... I mean, he's been in front of us for the past 2 hours, I think. Ever since I launched the game, the dude was in front of us. He was also already in front of us yesterday when we last left off.
It's you. My pen pal. You are, in fact, in Comala.
Well, yeah. I mean, if he wasn't there, he wouldn't be able to receive your letters if you send them to Comala. I don't think Comala would do the transit, you know? Like, you send the letter to Comala prison and Comala prison sends them to Aleph somewhere else. So, I mean, why are you surprised? Yes, he is in fact in prison, just like he told you. I also beat 400 meters 3 with Barbara once I realized she can't have ult ever in that fight. Wait, dude, Fatlass, you are at 400 meters? Good grief, I feel so inadequate. Because Chip is at 350 meters. Miku earlier also said that they were at 350. Am I the only dumbass who is still at 250? Maybe I should focus on the reveries a bit more.
All those letters. All the ideas we shared. They weren't just my imagination or some prank. Vertin, Soneto, it's all just as I told you. They weren't meaningless. They're all real.
Yet, why does she feel no joy?
So, sir, are you Aleph, the ruler of this prison? Are you the one controlling the panopticon with the die? The one hiding Miss Dores's whereabouts?
What curious inquiries. Quite different from the last 2,666 questions I've received.
You count all the questions you receive? That sounds kind of tedious, not gonna lie, but you do you, my guy. Oh, I'm done with 400, waiting on 500 now. Good grief. Well, congratulations on reaching 400, and good luck to you on getting to 500. But I assume you find it fun and you enjoy playing it. I do enjoy it, but I don't have the time or the... Well, I do have the time. It's just that I'm not taking the time to complete it because I don't need to, you know? Although, I guess there are some rewards to be had, so I suppose I should do it at some point. I'm on 330 meters. Ah, you're closer to me, Shuk. Good, thank you. I feel less alone, although you're still much higher, or much deeper than I am, I guess.
My guests, you may call me Aleph, or by any other name, be it a symbol of God's oneness, or a farcical epithet.
Can you please talk in a very dumb way, please? Just for me, like, talk like I'm 5.
I am merely one of the many prisoners who voluntarily reside here. A single letter in the alphabet of the Panopticon.
A letter? The way you speak is quite different from Dr. Merlin.
Excuse me?
Oh, it works! Yay!
My apologies. I was just caught off guard by the absurdity of the
So I guess
situation.
the sound alerts still work? Probably, maybe, I don't know. I guess at least this one worked. And I'm only 180 centimeters. I see, Ktosh, I see. Your humor is, it's there, I guess. It exists. Merlin Manson? I think you are confusing him with Marilyn, which is not as far as one might thought in terms of pronunciation of the names. Could be though. They both have long hair, right? Marilyn Manson, he has long hair, right? Black hair, if I recall correctly, but long nonetheless. Worse than Sino, to be honest. But see, Ktosh, that's the good thing. Recognizing that you have a problem is the first step of being able to resolve the problem.
Still, I wonder what your relationship is with him.
Ah, wait, I was drinking. Under the dim lighting, the man looks drained of all energy.
But allow me to make a guess. You're Dr. Merlin, aren't you?
Well, yes, he's Dr. Merlin, he's Aleph, he's the idealist, he's the physician. He's all of them at once.
I'm afraid that's not entirely accurate. But you may think of it that way.
I mean, yeah, okay, fine. You, the person we are talking to right now, is not the physician. But he's somewhere inside of your own head, right? You share a head and a body with the physician, right?
Merlin is a figment born of my mind. An incomplete reenactment. He is me, yes, but not entirely.
Okay, he is part of you, right?
He, or rather they, failed to find their answers. They fought against their predestined fates, only to be inevitably crushed under their weight. I simply stood by and watched it all unfold. That was the extent of our relationship.
They?
You've already met Merlin and the Idealist, even witnessed their demise.
Ah, okay, so now we have a proper confirmation that he is indeed the Idealist.
Shackled by the delusions of verses, the Idealist lost his own name. Merlin, too, imprisoned himself within the system of the Panopticon. I'm sure their desperate pursuits caused you some trouble. Please forgive them. After all, your fleeting encounters led to the demise of them both.
Wait, I feel like the way you phrased it, you're kind of blaming us for their demise. I feel like that's kind of untrue.
I think I understand now. The Idealist and the Physician are both parts of you. Or, to put it another way, they're your alter egos.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. It seems the jailer's diagnosis, that the whole prison is mad, has been shown to be more accurate than anyone could have imagined.
The physician mentioned Manus Vindictae. What's the relationship between this prison and the Manus?
Visitors from the Foundation. We all witnessed those eras perish. In 1977, not long before the fourth storm, I arrived in Ushuaia. Shortly after, some members of the National Foucault Studies Association reached out to me. But it wasn't just them. An arcanist organization called Manus Vindictae also approached me. Each of them wanted answers. They named me their advisor.
Interesting.
You acted as an advisor to the Manus?
The two parties presented me with a concept and a parable, respectively.
A concept and a parable?
The Foucault Association sought to explore the feasibility of the Panopticon concept here.
Wait, I have to look at Senator's voice lines again, but yeah. I'm sorry, but poor Senator. But her voice lines are just repeating whatever last thing Aleph is saying. Senator, I feel like you have more to contribute to the conversation than just repeating the last thing Aleph said.
While Manus Vindictae showed me a parable of the past and future, day and night I wandered through endless texts, endless realities.
as I searched for answers. And thus, Merlin was born. He was both an experiment and a price I paid.
I see. I don't fully understand it, but okay. At least she's speaking, I guess. I mean, yeah. But in a way, she's kind of turning into Paimon, right? Where Paimon would repeat the exact same thing that was said 5 seconds ago. Which is not a good sign, in my opinion.
A new concept, a new direction. Pursuing such things always leaves me confined by the limitations of human knowledge. Merlin spent his entire life exploring Foucault's theories in pursuit of that singular yet infinite answer.
What about the Manus, Mr. Aleph? You didn't explain why you helped them.
Explain why? Because they asked me to. Just as you have.
So you just do whatever people ask of you? That's awfully nice.
I simply worked to answer their questions.
So you're saying that, to you, we are no different from Manus Vindictae, and if we ask, you'll answer us, without holding anything back?
Is that not precisely what is happening this very moment?
He has a point. Thus far, he's been very cooperative. Aleph picks up the fallen die. It flickers with a familiar, comforting glow.
This is what the Manus gave Merlin. A magical die named the Tear of Comala.
Which is glitching. I can see it glitching for some reason, and we still don't know why.
It was once a gemstone that belonged to a god. At the beginning of the century, explorers plucked it from an ancient gate they discovered in Antarctica. To the explorers' amazement, the gemstone could turn human desires into reality.
Wait, there was a gate in Antarctica. I know I'm probably the only one who's a fan of Stargate in here, but in the 7th season of Stargate SG-1, they found a Stargate in Antarctica. So, could this be a reference to Stargate? I doubt it. But my 12-year-old self wants to believe it is indeed a reference to Stargate. I miss that show, man. I miss my childhood, I guess.
So they cut it into a die, a symbol of fate, and used it to build a sanatorium, which was later transformed into the panopticon you are standing in right now.
His words are direct, yet they still leave the outsiders perplexed.
Then, Aleph, you really are the mastermind behind the panopticon?
The silent girl grips her notebook. Her knuckles turn wide from the pressure. The draft of an unpublished novel, with words that only she knows. The countless hours spent at her desk, the self-reflections, the meticulous questioning, revisions and scrutiny of every word. That book holds the life of its writer.
You said Merlin used the panopticon to seek his answer. What does that have to do with my novel? I don't get it, Aleph. Why would you use my novel to manipulate this place?
Yeah, I don't really get it either.
Roberta, Garcia, Octavia, Pablo, the jailer, everyone. Not one of them deserved to be trapped in a deadly loop in which everyone's fate is already predestined.
What about Eduardo? I mean, you said everyone, sure, but you should have named poor Eduardo. He's the one you gave your pills to, right?
They're just like the ghosts in Amalfitano, inescapably trapped within the ruins. Tell me, what is it you really want?
Hearing this, the lonely prisoner fidgets with the die, looking puzzled.
It's not about what I want. It's about what you want. The third line of your first letter.
Is she actually supposed to remember exactly what she wrote?
You said you wanted to give the rise and fall of sanity an ending.
Well, isn't that the point of any story? To have an ending? Because otherwise it's kind of unsatisfying. Ah. Well, I guess I shall remain without an answer. I see. Very well, game. Very well. Be that way. Wait, we have 2 little diamonds. Ah, they are still here. Very well. And I have to read all of that. Draft of a strange incantation. The greatest arcane skills demand thorough preparation. Every list is the crystallization of countless insights. Check entry. Reading the blurbed by Waterstain's ritual. 1. A large number of arcanists. This should be an easily achievable goal for Manus Vindictae. Young people capable of lifting bricks and setting sail are plentiful. Devotion remains the best catalyst. 2. Roraline's tail, sacred scarab wings, Nukuteao shell. When combined with the Fountain of Immortality, it seems likely that Manus Vindictae aims to achieve something extraordinary. Given the shell's properties, it can withstand an immense amount of energy, ensuring that the ritual's success. This is indeed an incantation requiring considerable, meticulous preparation. 3. The location, blurred by water stains, remains an excellent choice, but for the ritual itself, timing is of paramount importance. The time referred to here is not our traditional understanding, but time itself. I assume this whole ritual thingy that they're mentioning is the one to bring back our beautiful dummy mummy, Arcana. Hopefully one day we shall see her again. A tattered invitation. A serpent brings an apple, but I already possess the wisdom. Dear Mr. Aleph, the National Foucault Studies Association extends a formal invitation for you to join our organization. Our mission is to guide society and the world toward a more structured and enlightened future. We believe your exceptional abilities will be instrumental in achieving this vision. We eagerly await your response. Sincerely, José Tartuffe. Comala Prison, Ushuaia. I see. Right, so José was part of the association while being the warden of the prison. Interesting. Oh! Stage 15 is just called Aleph? Are we going to learn more about him then? The mournful, the grotesque, the sum of self and self. What? God damn it. Now I'm more confused. Why is the game trying to confuse me all the time? I guess technically speaking, this whole...
Registros históricos del Dado de Babilonia aún se pueden encontrar en la biblioteca de la Universidad Santa Teresa. No. Una apertura como esta haría la historia demasiado ambigua.
Oh, now she stops. Okay, because I thought she would just keep going, but I guess not. And yes, I do have a mother, Juk. But as for Aleph, I don't know if Aleph has a mother. I assume he does. Probably. I honestly still don't understand much of this chapter so far. I'm very confused about too many things.
En 1975, en el pueblo de Amalfitano, Sonora, México, ocurrió algo terrible y escalofriante en la cabaña con el techo azul. Todo comenzó con las costumbres peculiares de los Espera, ¿cómo supe todo esto? Necesito agregar un ro para el narrador. El cuentacuentos. Un poeta surrealista de México me contó esta historia. Una anciana entró en el bar, al que solía ir en el pueblo. Al mismo tiempo,
el empleado del banco también entró al bar, trayendo la noticia de que una corporación multinacional iba a construir una fábrica de jabón de galletas en Amalfitano.
Espera, empleado del banco. No sabía que había bancos en Amalfitano.
Al, who do you think would be in a different reverse team? I do not understand the question. Who do you think would be in a different reverse team? In what? What? I'm sorry, I really don't understand the question. Could you give me more detail about what you're trying to ask? Beautiful language? Yes, Spanish is indeed beautiful. I wish I paid more attention when I was in classes, back in junior high and high school. Although I wasn't exactly that bad in Spanish back then. But it is indeed a beautiful language.
Pero sí, tiene sentido. Los bancos comerciales son, sin duda, un sello del capitalismo. Gracias, amigo por correspondencia. Antes de convertirse en empleado del banco, era un defensor de las antiguas costumbres del pueblo. Era un pescador de dunas.
Después de aceptar el destino otorgado por el dado de Babilonia, eligió dejar todo atrás. El triste y aterrador pueblo y los ciclos ocultos dentro de la infinita aleatoriedad.
Oh, qué irónico. Pero también es realista. Ahora solo necesitamos un personaje contrastante. Un creyente en el destino.
I sometimes understand what she says. Yay! Before I actually read the subtitles. Amigo means friend. And yeah, I found it quite funny. When was it? When she said pen pal. In English, you just translate it as pen pal, but in Spanish, she said amigo por correspondente or something like that, right? Friends by correspondence, I suppose. It makes sense in French. Ami par correspondance, yeah, kind of. But yeah, it's just way longer in Spanish and in French than it is in English. In English, you just have two tiny words, pen pal.
Una anciana tejedora se sentó en su antiguo taller, girando incansablemente su rueca, un regalo precioso, otorgado por el dado de Babilonia.
La tejedora ciega relató suavemente todo lo que había vivido.
¡Qué idea brillante, Aleph! Una tejedora ciega no podría haber presenciado el asesinato.
You know what, guys? I have an idea. Because I've been thinking about our next Genshin stream, you know. Because next week, I believe it will be next week where you will have the update. I won't be able to stream it next week, I think, because first we'll go through Zenless Zone Zero and then through Wuthering Waves. But at some point, Genshin will come back. And the question will remain the same as with any Genshin update. Will we have voices or not in English, right? But I think I have found a better idea. Why not play with the Spanish dub? That does not exist, unfortunately, but it would be very fun to play Genshin with the Spanish dub. Why exactly? I don't know, but I have a feeling it would be nice.
¡Fantástico! En ese caso, agregaré a un conductor de burros que es asesinado en este capítulo.
Oui, oui, baguette. Gosh, that's French. That's not Spanish. Chinese? I've never heard the Chinese dub. Honestly, I'm leaning towards going back to the English dub, even if I have to read through everything. Just because I've noticed ever since I've switched to the Japanese dub when doing story, the story does not impact me as much when I'm listening to it in Japanese, because I don't understand well, I do understand a few words here and there, but I don't understand 90%, 97%, let's be less generous. I don't understand 97% of what is being said, and it just doesn't hit the same way as it does when I actually do understand it. So I'm leaning towards actually going with the English, even if English will be missing some voices. I know that many people are speculating that Dainsleif will not have a voice. Skirk obviously is voiced, which is nice. Ether might not be voiced. And some more. But I suppose I'll just wait until the update drops and see what people say online. Because generally speaking, when a Genshin update drops, people post online which character is... what would you call that? Is voiced or not. So I guess I'll wait and see. But if there aren't too many voices missing, I might just go with English and voice everything myself, or everything that is not voiced at least. Just learn language, just learn Japanese, you mean? Well, I actually thought about it just because it would make my life easier when I'm watching anime. Because I do feel like when you actually understand the dubbing language, the way you feel, or at least the way I feel about an anime, about its story, about its humor and all of that, it changes when I understand and when I don't understand the language. But you know, learning a language, it takes time and effort, and I'm lazy.
Con cada una de tus sugerencias, la historia da un paso adelante. Gracias, Aleph. Pero todavía no veo ninguna señal del final. Es como si no importara cuántos personajes nuevos agreguemos. Todavía falta algo en el pueblo desértico. Le falta una figura clave. Aleph, ¿qué debo hacer? ¿Cómo le doy un final a esta historia?
What's with the sound effect?
Tú misma me preguntaste. ¿Cómo le doy un final a esta historia?
Wait, are we going through Reverse 1999's Spanish dub now? Are they all going to speak in Spanish all the time? I'm thinking a Jay, Shemaine, a Knight, Ulrich team. Wait, what? That team makes no sense? Jamie, why do you want to do that? That team makes no sense at all. Yeah, no, I don't really understand why you would make that team unless you just want to play these characters together. Kind of like when I put Isolde with Kekania just because I want to put them together. But in terms of gameplay, that team doesn't really make sense. Shemaine and A Knight are kind of functional together. Yeah, I suppose so, but what about Jay? What about Ulrich? The heck are you supposed to do with them? Diff. Do you mean like you just want a different team? But you want a different team that works or something? Oh, Dilfs, my bad, I misread. Oh, and that's what you were asking earlier. I misread. I thought you were typing diff for different, like D-I-F-F. Ah, that's what you want. Oh, God. I guess in that sense, then yeah, okay, Jay and Shemaine. Ulrich, I don't know if he's really a DILF, but why not, I suppose. Who else do we have as a tall male character, an older male character? Duncan! Jamie, what about Duncan? He's definitely a DILF. He might even be a JILF, like a grandpa, you know? What about him? Where was I at? I'm back. Did I miss something important? I wish I could tell you, Deidara, but I don't really understand anything. So, I don't know. I guess we've learned that Aleph is, someone, I guess. Aleph is the doctor, he's the physician. He's working with Manus Vindictae, he's working with the Foucault Studies Association thingy. He's trying to find an answer to what the what do you call that, the what the storm is, I think, or something like that. And Josh, I don't know why you wrote in Armenian apparently, and you wrote, and the translation is Shalev, which means nothing. So I don't know what you're doing there, my boy, but please stop using languages that you yourself probably don't even speak. I mean, I could be wrong, but my assumption is that you don't even speak Armenian. But it's still 2 bottom tier 6 stars in a pair. True, yeah. A Knight is still waiting for his euphoria, unfortunately. But yeah, you know, it's sad, but we're waiting on that. Jay's like 19 years old and without a job. He shouldn't be a dad. Yeah, but you know that oftentimes people should not be parents, and yet they are. But yeah, I would agree with you, Jay should not be a parent. And that being said, what about Duncan? Duncan can be a parent, at least he's old enough, right? I don't know exactly how old he is, but he's certainly old enough. And Jamie, if you've mentioned Ulrich, that means you're talking about your CN account, which means that you might have Aleph. Would Aleph qualify as a DILF in your books? Is the question.
Me describiste como tus palabras se habían transformado en un rompecabezas desmesurado infinito, un lenguaje irreconocible, una colección de información ambigua, y una parábola que había perdido todo su significado.
Oh, and Deidara, what you missed is that we've switched to completely Spanish. I don't think it will last very long, but please enjoy. Now we have Spanish. With Aleph, you get a dad and 2 crazy uncles. True! Ah, that's actually a good point. You get a 3-in-1 package deal. It's like an entire family reunion at every meeting. That is a good point. And with Duncan, you have the grandpa. With Jay, you have the rebel son, I suppose. There you go, you can make an entire family like this. That's actually a good point. A male team, I think, is Buddy Fairchild, named AJ Brimley. Buddy Fairchild, who is that? I don't remember who that one is. Why can I? No, I just want to grab. Can I? Oh god. Why is this so annoying? Name day I remember. Oh, Buddy. Okay, yeah, okay. Buddy Fairchild is the it's the squirrel. I see. I did not know that that particular squirrel was male, but good to know. Translate all Spanish phrases into French. That requires way too much work. On top of that, I can't actually translate the Spanish into French. I would just have to read the what do you call that? The English subtitles and then translate into French, because I understand some sentences in Spanish, but mostly I don't.
La ausencia de un final aún te roe, atrapándote para siempre en ese abrasador pueblo desértico.
Wait, the absence of an ending still gnaws at you, forever trapping you in that scorching desert town. L'absence d'une fin te ronge, à jamais emprisonné dans cette ville désertique. There you go. That's my best translation for this specific sentence in French. It's not exactly a perfect translation, honestly, but it would, given the way he speaks mostly like a writer, right? It would require for me to think more about how to properly translate these things. This is just off the cuff and trying to do it fast, but it's not as pretty as he makes it sound. Buddy Fairchild is the 5-star destroyer of worlds. Right, yes. He's the squirrel. He's the fat fuck of Reverse 1999, right? We have a little Ika in Honkai Star Rail, and now in Reverse, or soon in Reverse, we'll get Buddy Fairchild. Where was I at? Aleph is a bad character outside of Impromptu. I didn't consider him. True, I mean, he's a support for Impromptu and only that, if I'm not mistaken, right? He doesn't really, he's not really useful for anything else, if I'm not mistaken. My dream has finally come true, a gacha in Spanish dub. Yes. I mean, I think this is just a phase. I think that at some point they will get back to English, but at least, yeah, you know, right now we have Spanish indeed. And hello, Lushkalit. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Hello to you, and thank you for raiding my channel. Thank you for bringing all of your viewers with you and sharing all of your community. Thank you very much. Welcome to everyone. We are talking Spanish, we are talking French, we are talking, well, mostly English, but still. But welcome to the channel, welcome everyone. I hope you had a nice stream. Were you streaming some Reverse 1999? Are you also very much behind in terms of the story? Because we're still at stage 15, I think. And I've been at it for a week and a half. It's kind of complicated to measure because I was sick and I wasn't streaming last week, but never mind that. But yes, a fellow Reverse 1999 player. Yes, indeed, I do play quite a lot of Reverse. I think it's the second game I stream the most. But hello, Hiyo Panda? Hiyo Panda, can I call you Panda? But hello to you and welcome to the stream. And hello, Dark Zerx. God damn it, I feel like I'm butchering everyone's name, but hello and welcome. I apologize for the butchering. I do what I can. I am a tiny French owl. And I do my best, but oftentimes it's not enough. Yeah, Panda is easier. Yes, Panda is indeed easier. And thank you for the follow, Atram. Atram, please tell me your name is pronounced Atram and not H for M. But hello, welcome to the stream and thank you very much. Yes, okay, good. One name that I have not butchered. Yay! It's okay. We all can't say Dara's name. Okay. Is it okay if I call you Dara then? Because yeah, it's kind of you have a peculiar name. Not judging. Just very difficult to pronounce. Not gonna lie. Wait, I think. Oh God, no, wrong window. I think I missed a message. Will you do all the French voice acting for Reverse? You know what? If Bluepoch wants to hire me to be a voice actor in French, I will do it. Or even if it's in English, I will do it as well. I mean, you hear me speak English every day, or at least 4 days a week. But I do speak French every day, so that's definitely in my wheelhouse. So Bluepoch, if you're out there, if you're looking for a character who can either speak English or French or both, I can do it. I can be... never mind. I was going to say I can be like Matilda's boyfriend or something like that because she's French. But she's underage, so forget about it. I can be her brother. Although I'm definitely not a blonde girl. So I guess that doesn't work. But I can be her cousin or something. I can be part of her family. I could be her father. You know what? I mean, I'm not old enough to have a daughter her age, whatever her age may be. But still, you know, I could be related to Matilda in some way. She's French, I'm French. We can do something, you know? There is something to be done here there. So you have a mother? Yes, I do have a mother. And so does Matilda, except her mother does not seem really nice, I think. But, oh well, it is what it is. Anyway, where were we? Oh, and I missed a message from Jamie. A raid that's a 1 in a trillion years. Anyways, raiders wish you a wonderful day and a stream and week and amazing weekend, and I hope you are healthy and amazing raiders. Thank you, Jamie, for welcoming our raiders as nicely as you have. It's a very warm welcome. Everyone is welcome in our tiny and weird community where we speak Spanish sometimes. I mean, Deidara, who is on YouTube, because I also stream on YouTube at the same time, Deidara speaks Spanish. He's there for us to translate what Aleph is saying. Because unfortunately, I do not understand anything. Well, I understand some of it from my very old Spanish lessons. And remember, Raiders, the streamer is the owl on the shoulder. Yeah, we don't know who the human is. I'm just the owl on the shoulder. Matilda's new dad that got... Oh shit, no, the ads! God damn it. I'm sorry. I didn't see that one coming. I was so focused on chatting with you guys, and I completely forgot about Aleph, and I did not check about the ads, but yeah, some ads are rolling. If you're getting some ads, then you can't hear me, so I'm sorry about that. But I will pursue the story or continue the story once the ads are gone. Matilda's new dad that got in through an affair. Do you mean that I've had an affair with Matilda's mother? Wait, what does Matilda's mother look like? I think we've seen her, right? Reverse 1999. Matilda mother. Matilda's mom. Ah, yes, we have seen. Ah, yes. Okay, it is indeed the character I was thinking about.
So you have a mother?
And you know what? Jamie, you know what? Would. After seeing what Matilda's mother might look like, I think it's supposed to be Matilda's mom. At least that's the first thing that popped up when I looked it up online. You know, it's the character that popped into, what do you call that, in the hospital in the last chapter. Was it the last chapter? I think it was, right? No, it wasn't the last chapter. It was actually the last event with, oh god. I mean, it's the ads, so I guess you guys can go crazy with the sound alerts if you want to. But yes, I still do have a mother joke. I think you are the one who's been using the "so you have a mother" voice line the most.
Goodbye, baby.
The destroyer of family right here. Did I destroy her family or did I bring a new member to her family, you know? We are expanding Matilda's family. That's how I choose to see it. And we've never heard of Matilda's father, so maybe he died, you know? And someone needed to comfort Matilda's mother or something like that. I see. I should not have said you can go crazy with the sound alerts because I know you, Jamie. You like spamming them. Good grief. Okay, thank God it's the ads ad time. Please don't do that when we are in story mode, right?
Excuse me.
But for now, you can have fun. Oh God.
My apologies.
I should never have said anything, should I?
Of the situation.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, the ads are almost gone. Okay, now the ads are gone, but I will wait until the sound alerts are all done before I continue the story.
We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
I hope you guys had your fun. Or you girls, I suppose. Why did the yeet come after the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal? What happened? I am so confused by everything. He died in an unforeseen accident. His body was filled with owl bites. No, I did not kill Matilda's father to get with her mother. Her mother chose me out of her own free will. Oh man. Anyway, we've yapped enough, I think. Let us continue with the story. Although I guess I will keep yapping as usual. And thank you for the hydrate, Jamie.
Todo lo que estoy haciendo es intentar encontrarlo para ti.
¿Estás diciendo que has estado manipulando los acontecimientos en el panóptico desde que intercambiamos cartas por primera vez septiembre pasado?
Last September. And what is the month right now? Because I don't think I know. At least I'm not sure. H show B cannot type. I concur. I agree with you. You cannot type, Jamie. What were you trying to say? What do you want me to show exactly? She struggles, vainly hoping for him to deny it.
Sí, cada vez que revisabas la novela, se hacían ajustes correspondientes en el panóptico. Reflejar fielmente las complejidades de cada detalle era clave para asegurar que la historia avanzara sin problemas.
May I ask, Deidara, if you're still among us, what do you think of Aleph's accent in Spanish? I feel like it's not as Spanish-like as Recoleta. For me, when Recoleta speaks Spanish, it sounds natural. When Aleph is speaking Spanish, it sounds like someone who does not speak Spanish who is trying to speak Spanish. Or am I wrong? You are a native speaker, so you would know best, which is why I'm asking you, if you're still here. If you're not, then I'm just talking to myself, which is, well, it happens, I suppose. It's secondary. I've no idea what you're talking about, Ktosh, which is I should use that as a what do you call that? As a sound alert. The phrase I have no idea what you're talking about, because I feel like I'm telling you this quite a lot, Ktosh. Show us Owl, whose mom are you getting in content with? Content, cough cough, not an affair. You want to see Matilda's mother? If you want to see Matilda's mother, I believe I can show you an image. Reverse 1999, Matilda's mom. And I just went on Google Images, and the character I was wait, no. But I don't think that is... It is her. Yes, I think it is her. Wait, I need to make this bigger. There you go. Can I make it bigger? Does that work? Oh, it's on Twitter. Oh, there you go. Can I see the image? Ah, perfect. Let me switch scenes just for a quick second to show you Matilda's mother. Where is my browser scene? There you go. Okay, you should be able to see it now. Okay, there you go. This is supposed to... I believe this is supposed to be Matilda's mother, right? Or maybe I'm wrong? But yeah, which is why I said would. Honestly, come on. I feel like she's pretty cute, right? That's Black Ibis. But is she Matilda's mother? I don't remember who she is, unfortunately. I remember she showed up at the end of Liangwei's story, but I don't remember who she is. Yeah, but if she... And the problem is, she looks nothing like Matilda now that I think about it, so... Yeah, I actually was wrong. She's trying to hunt down Matilda's mother. Ah, I see. So if I befriend her, maybe I can find Matilda's mother and then become Matilda's father. It all works out, guys. It's all part of the plan. Oh, God. Let me switch back. I guess I can close this. Yep. Let me grab back my chat and everything else. There you go. And Deidara has answered us. He is not native. Aha! I knew it! I can distinguish between a native speaker of Spanish and a non-native, I suppose. Which is not exactly a talent that I can boast about, but I'm just happy I'm right. But thank you, Deidara, for confirming it. I speak much worse English than Aleph in Spanish, I think. Well, I've never heard you speak in English. Well, to be fair, I've never heard you, period, you know. But you don't know that yet. That maybe you've improved more than you think. Maybe, I don't know. And the important part is, can you be understood? Because at the end of the day, regardless of your accent, regardless of the grammatical error that you may make when you're speaking, in my opinion, what is most important is that you can be understood by whoever you're talking to. Check Discord. I am afraid whenever Ktosh tells me to check Discord. It's a TikTok video. What is this about? Sure. What did you just send me, Ktosh? He's Taiwanese, he doesn't speak English that much. Why? What? Once again, I don't know why you sent me a video of a Taiwanese person trying to say the months in English when he in fact does not speak English. Tosh, you keep confusing me. One day I will end up like Aleph because of you, Tosh. Did I miss any messages? Rook speaks the best English. I'll maybe getting in contact with Dores. Holy wait! Because we've always said that Arcana, well, we've not always said, but one of the theories is that Arcana and Dores are Vertin's mother. But what about Vertin's father? Huh? What about Vertin's father? Can I be Vertin's father? Honestly, if I had a child like her, I would be very happy. She seems like a lovely child, or a teenager, I suppose. But still, you know, it would be nice to have a child as mature as she is. That being said, her maturity comes from a lot of trauma, so I don't know what to think about that. But I'd be happy to be her father. That's so hot. Are you talking about Black Ibis? She is indeed hot. And oh, and you think, Tosh, you think that Black Ibis looks like Freddy? Really? I question your ability to see. We can call it Discord so I can prove it. Why not? We could do it sometime. Could be fun. You asked me what did I mean by secondary? And what you meant by secondary was that video of a Taiwanese person speaking. Yeah, I still don't get it, man. Why does minced meat explode in a frying pan? The fuck? No, you can't. What? Look, what are you talking about? Vertin's father is whoever topped between Dores and Arcana. But according to Jamie, I am Arcana. So, does that mean that I'm both Vertin's father and Vertin's mother by being Arcana as well? And does that mean that I'm topping myself? Nothing makes sense anymore, I think. Tomorrow? We could do it tomorrow. Although, why not? But at what time is the question. And I'm cooking my own dinner. Ah, bon appetit to you. I hope you will enjoy your meal. And I hope your minced meat stops exploding.
Estos ajustes los manejaba principalmente Merlin, a veces el idealista, y antes de ellos, Zahir y Paracelso.
Cada vez?
Okay, just because I was trying to get a move on the story, but I saw your message, Jamie, sandwiched between Arcana, which is himself, and Dores. Honestly, if I can be sandwiched between Arcana and Dores, I would not say no. Come on, who in their right mind would say no? Arcana is hot, and Dores is cute. She does not have the same sex appeal as Arcana, in my opinion, but she's still very cute, right? She's still very good looking. So, yeah, I would, definitely. Would definitely. And on top of that, I would become Vertin's father by that, and I would be very happy. And you can't be poor Vertin's father, don't you dare. Why not? Do you think I would be a bad father to Vertin? I don't think I would be that bad of a dad, I think. Probably. Maybe. I hope. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Maybe in a few years, Bluepoch will hire me to voice Vertin's father, because Vertin's father is French.
6 versiones de la historia del Amalfitano ya se han desarrollado en el Panóptico.
Eso significa la rana aplastada en el barro, la vaca muriendo de vieja, el lirón cayendo al mar, el fantasma asesinado en el duelo y los cambios repentinos al dado de Babilonia. Todas las revisiones que sugeriste, todas las muertes, el caos y la locura, ¿realmente sucedieron aquí mismo?
Oh. Okay, now I understand better why Recoleta is feeling so upset. I didn't understand up until this point, but yeah. Now I kind of get it. I'm sorry, Recoleta. I mean, it's not like I did something, but, you know, I'm sorry for what you're going through. The ever-knowing prisoner falls into a long, dark silence. He will not answer a question when the one asking already knows the answer.
Incluso la eternidad tiene sus límites, Recoleta. In the 6th revision, we added the Blind Weaver, an extraordinary figure.
Is it because of the way they wrote their story, Aleph and Recoleta, that Dores just showed up in the prison? Like, does that mean that even outside of the prison, they have some sort of control over the world, and they can make people do things according to their will? I am very confused about everything thus far, but this confuses me even more. This is supposed to be the part where they explain shit, but the shit they're explaining is just getting me more confused than before. Did Vertin ever speak another language except English? I don't think so, but that's just because I've never had the time to teach her English, because Vertin was kidnapped by the Foundation, and I spent years looking for her, and I've only found her a year and a half when I started playing Reverse 1999. There you go. I have a story for why Vertin does not speak French, because otherwise, of course, as the good father I am, I would have taught her French. The owl lore expands evermore. Maybe anybody that enters their story, maybe. Does that mean that if they write a story where Arcana becomes, is alive again, then she would just be alive again without the need of whatever ritual the Manus Vindictae is trying to achieve? Huh. That's one hell of a power he has.
Just like the paracausality researcher who carries a suitcase that you introduced in your 7th letter.
The paracausality researcher carrying a suitcase.
This is the 3rd time, Sonetto, that all you do is repeating the last sentence or the last bit of whatever Aleph is saying. Oh man, poor Sonetto. She's just a parrot at this point. And Sonetto, yes, he's talking about Vertin.
Miss Recoleta, is this character really based on the Timekeeper?
Well, I don't think she knew the Timekeeper. She doesn't know the characters that she's creating. It just so happens that when she writes her story, it somehow fits someone who exists in the real world. I would assume it goes that way, and not the other way around where the Timekeeper is actually the origin of the character. At least that's how I try to make sense of all of it. Arcana itself, maybe it will be another Arcana. Oh, but I want the original Arcana. You cannot force a fate from simple storytelling. Yeah, I feel like otherwise basically Aleph would be God, right? So yeah, I feel like there should be some kind of limitation to his power.
What? Of course not. The paracausality researcher is an entirely different character.
Don't you understand? We're only one die roll away from the ending.
Really? Aleph lifts the core of the Infinity Labyrinth. The tear of Comala swirls slowly in his hand.
I don't... What on earth are you trying to do?
No, more cocaine. The filament lamps of the operating room dim in time with his motions. The walls ripple like water, then transform into something that I could not read. Within the mirrors, an endless stream of information appears. A seemingly possessed telephone babbles, an old radio sings, a flickering slide projector whirs and cracks, a muted film projector spins, a timetable opens, and dictionaries of countless languages flow past. A room without an exit, an eternal predicament, a prisoner's dwelling.
Recoleta, it is the cycle of fate that has brought you to the panopticon of Comala in Ushuaia. Now, return to the rise and fall of sanity. Return and become a character once more.
What?
You've been searching for its ending, but how could you possibly find it when you're no longer inside the story? I believe that this time you will witness the grand finale. with your own 2 eyes. No more sadness. No more loneliness.
I am very confused about everything, but okay. In the 100th chapter, Vertin will fight with 40 arcanas. I think she already had enough with one. She barely managed to win against one. I think 40 might be too much for poor Vertin, unless she gets a major power-up. He can't be a master of all fates, including those outside his story. In chapter 5000, Vertin becomes one with Arcana and Dores and is God. That's one hell of a theory. I don't know if we'll reach chapter 5000 though, because in 2 years we've done 9 chapters, right? Let's say 2 years equals 10 chapters. For 5000 chapters, we would need 2500 years. And I'm afraid I have some bad news, Jamie, but I won't be alive by then, unfortunately. Neither will probably anyone who's alive right now. The baby asks Comala when? Wait, what? Rook, do you want to send Tuesday's baby into prison?
The answer you've long sought lies in the inevitable final roll of the die.
So, the jailer is the bank clerk, and Erd is the blind weaver. But what about Roberta, Garcia, and Octavia? They weren't even assigned roles. They were just playthings, helpless in the face of fate. What right do you or I have to decide what happens to them? To dictate their gains and losses?
But they couldn't possibly understand such a thing, could they? To you, it's just a story. But to them, it is the manifestation of bittersweet destiny.
Well, if they can't understand it, perhaps you should explain it to them and then give them the choice to willingly participate or not. No, that could be a thing, I suppose. You will be Happy Owl AI. You're not wrong. Maybe there will be an AI of me. Just like there are, on character AI. I believe it was Mihai who mentioned talking to Kakanya's character AI version thingy. Maybe one day there will be a Happy Owl TV AI. And I shall continue to yap forever and ever and ever.
Do you think hiding behind the guise of fiction absolves you from the reality that you've turned the Panopticon into a living hell? Yes. You're the only one who truly understands the rise and fall of sanity. Goodness knows how many manuscripts I sent out that never received a reply.
Never stop yapping. Yes, Jamie, you're absolutely right about that. There is a reason that is a redeem thingy, because I never stop yapping.
I was so grateful to you. For your replies, for understanding my novel. Those things were more precious to me than any sunrise over the Andes. Had I known that your feedback was created in such a way, and at such a cost, I would have preferred not to receive it at all. Don't you get it? Even if they don't understand my novel, the people I meet are still my friends. Whether we took a long journey together, or we simply chatted for a few hours, we formed an inseparable, miraculous bond. They're a part of me. How could you treat them like fictional characters?
I guess because he doesn't see things the way you do.
It's disrespectful to my work, and to life itself.
The writer's resistance is so sharp that it cuts through Aleph's carefully constructed labyrinth easily.
But you raised the question yourself. Why do you resist receiving its answer?
He lowers his head, and for the first time, cracks appear on that indestructible mask. Ah, my eyes.
They're always like this, aren't they? They throw a question at you, only to abandon it along with the fading of the era. This storm will spare no one. You've known it all along, Aleph. Only the timeless Panopticon can maintain control. The all-seeing tower. The perfect governing system.
Okay, so the Comala prison is a place where that is not affected by the storm. It's not Aleph himself who is not affected by the storm, is it? That's something I still don't really understand. How has Aleph witnessed all the storms? Because he's mentioned that there were 9 of them, which is probably right, I honestly don't know. But, like, is it just because of the place? And that means that he's not immune to the storm like Vertin is. He just happens to be in a place that protects him, just like the Foundation headquarters or wherever they store every single Manus Vindictae member. Although no, I guess that most members of Manus Vindictae survived the storm because of their masks. But as for the ones who do not have masks, I assume they hide somewhere, right? There has to be some kind of Manus Vindictae headquarters. I shower now. Happy showering to you, Jamie. I hope you will have fun. The storm is not coming? I hope not, because otherwise, all will be washed away.
What a hopeless fool you are, Merlin. Haven't you heard what they say? There is no need to build a labyrinth when the whole world already is one. Your meaningless questions will be swept away by the tides of time, only to resurface on the shores of our minds once more. We've seen it happen over and over again. Surely you've realized by now that the only true meaning can be found in literature.
Yeah, okay, so that's one problem with literature is because, yeah, everything in this chapter I feel like is very abstract and it's very metaphorical in nature, which makes it very difficult for my tiny brain to understand, because unfortunately my brain doesn't work that way. My brain needs straight answers and down-to-earth way of explaining shit. And this chapter is filled with not that which is unfortunate for me. I'm not saying it's badly written or anything like that. I'm saying that I myself, unfortunately, barely understand anything about this chapter, which is kind of a shame because usually I love reverse chapters, but this time around, I am confused about everything. Everyone should wash, otherwise Moi Dodir will come. Who is Moi Dodir? Is that a Russian folk legend, folktale character? It's a fairy tale poem for children. It is Russian indeed, according to Wikipedia. A magical creature by the same name, the Moi Dodir, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, is literally translated as wash till holes. The common English translation is wash 'em clean. I see. So is that some kind of monster that comes around when you don't wash yourself? Is that a monster that parents use to scare their children into washing? Is that a thing in Russia?
For over a century, literature has remained the singular, ultimate answer. This lonely cowboy is simply feeling lost at the moment.
Spare us your ramblings, idealist. You're wasting our time. Enough.
The dye that reflects the heart can no longer bear its weight, as it glows from within burning fissures. On the surrounding mirrors, countless reflections of Aleph appear, each wearing a different face. They crowd into the room as a flood of ghosts. I feel like this chapter would have been perfect for Caconia to come back. It's a chapter which is called Folie et Déraison, Folie meaning insanity, as I've mentioned before in French. And, you know, she's supposed to be a psychiatrist. And on top of that, her arcane powers are linked to mirrors. And mirrors are something that we've talked about throughout this chapter as well. I guess, technically speaking, I think it was Sonetto who mentioned Caconia by name. So I guess there was at least a Caconia mention. But still, I wish Caconia had made a comeback in this specific chapter. It would have made sense at the very least.
Aleph seems to be in a terrible state. We have to be careful. Something isn't right about that dye.
Well, yeah, it's all black goo. Oh, we are in a fight. Oh, I see. Very well. Fixed. Ah, so I have to... Can I not use my own Recoleta that I invested in and leveled to level 60 inside 3? Why do I have to use the level 1? Come on, game. You know what? Let's keep this non-optimal team just because I want my waifu Kakanya to be there. Lupera is the best character I can put with Recoleta, right? Wait, can I put... Ah, no, okay, I can't have 2 Recoletas. It would have been funny, though. Never mind, never mind. She'll have her executioner and a psychiatrist. See, we are going to fight Aleph, I assume. Oh god, what happened to him? Aleph, ghost of transcendentality. I see. Oh boy. Yeah. I'm going to be the lazy streamer who does not read. I sometimes do read, but this time around I'm not going to read, especially in story missions. I feel like, you know, the difficulty is easy enough. But yeah, I have to bring Kikanya because at this time I feel like Aleph needs a psychiatrist, so she has to be here. He's not a monster, but if you imagine that a wash basin will come to you and forcibly clean you against your will, then it's quite... Oh, fuck. So like your bathtub or a wash basin is going to actually pursue you in life and hunt you down to wash you. Oh man, you guys in Russia have some strange things, strange stories. I mean, every country has strange stories, but still. Let's listen to the boss's music. Ah, why not? In that case, for once, I shall stop yapping.
Do you feel ready to discuss it?
Go ahead. Keep the story going. Carry it through until we finally feel the sweet gratification of the ending. Your endeavors are doomed to fail. There's only madness in literature and art, not transcendentality.
Bro, why are you fighting us? You're mad at yourself. Why are you fighting us? What did we ever do to you?
Don't worry. It's been proven safe.
I've got some trouble brewing.
En todos los momentos. Más allá del concepto mundano del
Would you
tiempo.
care to lie down? Ha! My crucible really has a mind of its own.
Cosmología, filosofía clásica. El fondo en la acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más. Nuestro aliado es la verdad.
Hey, don't interrupt me.
What to do?
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Is this going to... No, I think I need one more to make sure I have his burst, unfortunately. But it will all work out, probably.
Ready?
El camino a Tlón.
The music reminds me a little bit of the music of the narwhal. Ah, I can see that. Yeah, okay. Well, I feel like I can see the resemblance. Oh, he has a second phase. Well, well, well.
Get ready.
Can I get Kakanya buff first? I mean, I don't have her ult.
Get ready. This is going to be a crowd pleaser.
Más allá en todos los momentos.
This should give us Recoleta's ult, I think. So next round we should be able to do that. Hopefully. Come on, doggo. Not bad damage from the dog.
Wait for the pop.
Yeah, she does not deal damage. Okay, that much I remembered at the very least.
To do this?
Yes, okay, we did get Recoleta's ultimate.
Hey, don't interrupt me. Try a little harder next time.
The Stalk of Labyrinth, Let It All Out, her ultimate. Damn. Deidara, thank you for translating her ultimate voice line. The Stalk of Labyrinth, Let It All Out. I don't even understand what it means in English. But thank you, I had completely forgotten about it. So thank you for for paying close attention to this. What am I supposed to do though? I suppose I can do this. Yeah.
Don't play.
The enemy is going to die anyway, so there you go. Unless it has a third phase. I hope it doesn't have a third phase.
Suéltalo todo una vez más.
Ooh, 46k. We didn't need to go that hard, but you know.
These explorations, these fractures, they're all failures, aren't they?
I was expecting more cutscenes in this chapter. I mean, we've got two cutscenes, I think, thus far, if I'm not mistaken. We only got one today, that's for sure. But I think we got another one, maybe not yesterday, but at some other point. I could be wrong though. Me neither in Spanish. So you don't understand what she's saying in Spanish, but you try to translate it to the best of your abilities is what you're saying, right? I see. Okay, so if even in the native language it doesn't make sense, then I would assume that it wouldn't make sense in English either. I see. I don't even know how I would translate this in French. The Stalk of Labyrinth, Let It All Out. I don't even understand what this...
Great. Now back to the salon.
I love how the game tells me to just shut up. Fine, I'll stop yapping, game. The chaotic battle comes to an abrupt halt.
Wait! Mr. Aleph? Are you human?
Sonetto steps back, lowering her glass feather. I assume that's the name or the word for her wand? I keep calling it a wand, but I guess the real proper name for it is a glass feather? If that's even how it's supposed to be pronounced. I mean the meaning of the words related. Do you mean like the words together don't make sense? Like each word separately you understand, but put them together like she does in her sentence, and then it doesn't make sense? Is that what you mean, Deidara? Is Aleph dead yet? I don't think so, because Sonetto just asked him a question. I don't think Sonetto would ask a question to a dead man, right? She's shocked to realize that her opponent has no arcane skills at all. From beginning to end, all he had was the die. Oh, so Aleph is actually human. Huh. Aleph has been reincarnated as Deluxe's father. Well, I mean, he'll have some beautiful years before a not-so-beautiful ending, I suppose. Like Labyrinth gives you a sense of lost, but then she grabs all those and clear her mind and throw it once again. What? So she's lost, but grabs something and clear her minds and then throws all the things that she grabbed, is what you're saying, I think? At least, I mean, that makes sense given what we see in terms of the actual animation. He is human. How would he fight if he doesn't have the dice? Well, I guess a gun. I guess he would use a gun. or well, he has fists and legs to kick them. Or maybe he would use a sword, a hammer. Oh no, never mind. He would use a scalpel and his bone saw. Right? It would make sense. If he were to fight, he would use those.
Please hand over the die peacefully.
Mr. Aleph, please stop resisting. It's futile.
Futile. Yes, it's all futile. The cage of rules, the ideals of literature, both are futile. Mere illusions conjured along the path to transcendentality. They all fear that they're nothing more than phantoms in someone else's dream. That reality will devour everything, including their very existence. That's why they drift further away from transcendentality. They couldn't break free from that false dream. None of them could.
I think I broke free of transcendentality. I've transcended so much that nothing penetrates my brain anymore. Aleph stumbles as he looks up to the storyteller. As he looks up at the storyteller, and I can't read.
Both the physician and the idealist walked toward their own destruction, just as I expected. But your novel still has hope, Recoleta. Its ending hasn't been written yet. We cannot deny that it may be the answer to achieving transcendentality.
You're not going to stop, are you?
I wonder if I had more knowledge about the whole literature movement that this whole chapter has been referencing. You know, visceral realism and all of that. I wonder if I had more knowledge about it, would I have a better understanding of the chapter? Well, I wish I had that knowledge. I suppose I could have that knowledge if I did a bit of research. But I'm kind of a lazy dude, man. I mean, no, it depends. I would do research on topics that actually interest me. Literature, generally speaking, is not one of them. I'm more into science stuff. That just speaks more to me, you know. But, well, I might do a tiny bit of research into visceral realism just to have a tiny bit of better understanding, but I can't guarantee you anything. How does he see, or he does not? From what I can see of his mask, he doesn't seem to be able to see. So I don't know. I don't think he can see, at least as far as I can tell. How is he alive? He's far from human. It's true, when you look at Recoleta's animation, he should be dead. He should be splattered on the ground in a pool of his own blood. You're right about that, Jamie. That man should not be alive. Maybe there is more to him than meets the eye. Who knows? Just as this chapter is very philosophical, so I try to explain what maybe is the meaning of her ultimate words and animations. True, okay, thanks. Thanks, Deidara. And yeah, the whole chapter is very philosophical, and which is why it mostly goes over my head. I remember having classes of philosophies when I was in what do you call that, in high school, and yeah, philosophy is not really something that ever made a mark on my brain for some reason. It's just too abstract for my poor brain, which is kind of too bad. Although technically speaking, I have studied psychology and I do have a degree in that, and psychology has some connections to philosophy. And yet, I absolutely loved the psychology but did not love philosophy for some reason. I wonder why. To be fair, I was a bit older when I studied psychology, whereas I was in high school when I studied philosophy, so maybe that was why. Maybe I was not mature enough to learn more about those things back then. It is sad, but it is what it is. Hi and bye. Well, hello, Accelerator, and bye, Accelerator. It was nice seeing you, even though it was just for a few seconds. I hope you're doing well still. What happens if Isolde and Aleph are placed in the same room? That's a good question. That's actually a good question. Maybe they could help each other. Maybe in their own deranged way they could help each other. I actually doubt it. They might even just make both of their realities even worse, because Isolde has completely disconnected herself from reality. She has reinvented a reality in which she lives in to avoid having to confront herself to the actual reality that she has experienced, right? Whereas Aleph seems to be a bit more aware of the difference between what he has created and what is actually real. So, I don't know. Or will they form an alliance to destroy the world? Destroy the world except Campania. Isolde would not kill Campania. I refuse to believe that. I feel like there's something, a part of Isolde's heart will always remain true to her beloved Campania, and she would never harm her. Although the truth is, she might. She might. She's kind of a yandere, to be honest, so she actually might. Philosophy discusses things that aren't as human as psychology. Well, psychology is definitely about the human mind, right? But yeah, philosophy is a bit more abstract. It's not as concrete as... Because for me, psychology and most of what I've studied is trying to understand the human mind, trying to understand why people behave the way they do, try to find ways to help people who may suffer from specific issues and stuff like that, which is rather concrete, even though one could see it as abstract because the mind is not something that you can just open up and take a look at, you know. It is abstract in that way, but I do feel like, yeah, it's still more concrete than philosophy, where philosophy is more about abstract concept overall. It's very conceptual in nature, which is not aligned with my own way of thinking. I prefer more concrete things. I just understand them better. But he has 3 personalities, so he's not normal. You know, the definition of normal is, it's kind of a strange thing there. But yeah, he's definitely not standard, that's for sure. Compared to the rest of the population, he has some extra personalities, I suppose. But, I mean, maybe one of his other personalities might be able to help. Who knows? At this point, there is so much unknown about Aleph that I feel like anything goes. He knows, yet he can't stop living in it, as if it's like his dream, a representation of his suffering. Could be. You might be onto something there. Maybe he's using this whole illusion of the prison and all of that to just vent his own suffering. That could be a thing, I suppose. But that is not the best way of coping with your own suffering, because he's making other people suffer, like Recoleta mentioned.
Not until you get your answer. Sinetto, we have no choice but to seize the die from him by force.
Yeah, he's not going to like that. Sinetto's arcane energy gathers at the tip of her glass feather. Okay, so it is indeed the wand she uses. I wonder if I'm pronouncing it right, though. I don't think so. At this moment, the silent storyteller takes a step forward.
Enough.
You don't want to fight anymore?
I said enough.
She shakes as she reveals the notebook that has never left her side. Oh, to be continued. Okay, I see. Where are we at in terms of stages? 16. Okay. If I recall correctly, we have up to stage 20, right? Let me think. Because at the rate we are going at, I don't think I can finish the entire 20 stages today. And it's already been 4 hours, and I haven't even taken a single break. Every time there was an ad break, I just kept yapping with you guys. So I am feeling rather tired at this point. And on top of that, the fact is that, yeah, the way I'm thinking about it is that if I can't manage to finish the story today, I don't want to just leave one chapter for tomorrow, right? And I don't want to stream up until 1 a.m. or something like that either. So, well, it's not that I don't want, I can't do that. Otherwise, my neighbors are going to call the cops on me. And I'd rather not end up in jail tonight. I don't think the cops would take me to jail for this, but anyway, you get the point. So I feel like we should put a stop to our story here. That way we have what? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20... Wait, what? Am I miscounting? We still have 5 stages to go? Yeah, I mean, how many stages have we done? Oh, wait, we have something to listen to. Before we end the stream, we'll listen to whatever this little diamond is. There you go, okay. That way at least it appeared. So what did we do? We did 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3. Wait, we did only 3 stages? Okay, well, if that's the case. In that case, we'll do one more stage. We'll do one more stage before we end off stream. And tomorrow we'll have 4 more stages to go. And with all the yapping I do, we should be fine. I mean, look at this. We've only done 3 stages, 13, 14, and 15. And I've already been streaming for 3 hours and 55 minutes. So I can stretch... I can stretch 3 stages into 4 hours of stream. So if tomorrow we have 4 stages left to do, I feel like that will take the entire stream, so it should be fine. Ah, man, I'm a professional yapper at this point. But where was I at? Isolde and 3 Aleph's personalities. Could be a good mix, you know, 4 people, it's a good group. Maybe they can have a group therapy session. I do hear that those exist. I haven't studied that specific treatment, like group therapy. I don't think so, at least. As far as I can remember my clinical psychology classes, I don't believe we studied those. Anyway, sorry, I was plunged back into my years of university. It's 20 stages indeed, okay. Thank you for confirming that. Are you going to do Recoleta's story? I don't think so. Yeah. I don't think I'll do it on stream because I've mentioned it before, but having to read through everything and given the amount of yapping that I do, it is quite tiring to do character stories in reverse. And I tend to try and do only those that I really enjoy in terms of like the character itself, that I really like the character. Poor Recoleta. I know, but I mean, I like her, but I don't like her as much as I like Kanya. I mean, no one. I don't like any other character the way I like Kanya. But yeah, she's certainly not one of my favorites. I still like her nonetheless. She's not in the negative. She's not like Freddy, the one we keep mentioning from Willow's story. Or rather, Flutterpage was he was part of the event anyway. So yeah, she's not a character like those, like that. So I don't dislike her, but yeah, no, I don't think I will do her story. I might do Aleph's, maybe, we'll see. But there is also the fact that, you know me, I play way too many gacha games at once, and many of them have had updates. We have ZZZ 2.0, we have Wuwa 2.4 next week. No, it's actually this week, technically speaking, the update. And we also have Genshin Impact next week in terms of when the updates are going live. And then you have to take into account when I'll be able to stream them, because I have to go from one story to the next. So it's kind of difficult for me to always manage to schedule everything, especially given the amount of yapping that I do, because of course, you know, doing the stories will take me more time than what it would, what it would take you to do the story. I mean, for instance, I did a story in Wuthering Waves. Yeah, for instance, like the Chacona story event thingy in Wuthering Waves. It took me less than 2 hours to do it off screen. Whereas if I had done it on stream, I would have done it like, it would have taken me 2 4 hours 4-hour streams. That's just how things go with me, I guess. And you're reading it wrong, but yeah, I mean, I thought you wrote it wrong, but I guess you wrote it wrong on purpose. And you're calling her Recoleta? I guess Recoleta. I do know about cutlets because they are a South Asian dish, I guess. I mean, we have cutlets in Sri Lanka. My mother makes them from time to time. They are quite tasty. They can be very spicy depending on exactly what they are made of. But yeah, we do have cutlets. I do know about those. I never thought about calling Recoleta re-cutlets, but rare cutlets, I guess. It would be the name. A friend of mine, when I talked to her about this character, she doesn't play gacha games, but when I talked to her about Recoleta, she thought about ricotta, which is another food-related stuff. I mean, it's another type of food, right? So I guess our poor Recoleta is very much related to food for some reason. Now then, okay, you know what? There are going to be some ads in 2 minutes and 20 seconds on Twitch, but this time around I am actually going to take a quick break because I need to rest my voice for a bit, and I need to grab something to drink because I'm done with my drinking. I cannot hydrate anymore, and given the amount of yapping that I've done, I feel like I deserve a bit of hydrating. Well, I have a few drops left. And there you go. I have nothing to drink anymore, so I am going to drink. In the meantime, I will leave you with the beautiful music of the best chapter according to Chip, Elucevan le Stelle, which I am butchering in terms of accent, but yeah, I do what I can. Anyway, and yes, Jamie, I do have a mother. Recoleta wanted 40 condoms. Yes, I do remember that, Jamie. I did not mention it to my friend, but I do remember that the only wage Recoleta showed up in my polls when we offered her 40 condoms. So I guess there is that. She's a very demanding girl, I guess. Wait, no, wait. We can't talk about that. Remember, I believe it was Fatlass who said Recoleta is 17. So let us not talk about things like that. Recoleta. I don't know how to read what you wrote. Is that another food item? It is something. I don't know what, but it is something. She's preparing for the future. I see. I mean, technically, at 17, you can be sexually active, I suppose. But I never stated Recoleta's age. It's kind of spoilery. I mean, well, I guess it's kind of too late. Well, it might not have been you. I'm sorry, Fatlass. I might have been wrong on that. It's in the game, though, in her bio, if you wanted a peek. Well, I've been told she's 17, apparently. Someone on chat said it, but it wasn't you, and I do apologize for attributing you to this information, or this information to you. Anyway, the ads are going to run because I don't have any snoozers, so I will take a quick break. I shall grab a drink, and I shall be right back. And I am back. A tiny bit late, but I am here. There you go. The scene has been switched. And I am... no, never mind. I am not ready to read. My voice is getting tired. My vocal cords are getting tired. But if there is reading to be done, then I shall read indeed. An unsent letter. Wait, I have Recoleta, yes. Recoleta, I think. Recoleta. So the call eat, I think I understand, is just call and eat inside the name. But what is the third one? What is the Recoleta? What is Kalit means? Is it Russian or is it something else that I just don't know? But I got the first one at the very least. I got 1 out of 3 for sure, 2 out of 3 maybe, and the third one I'm not sure. But now you're getting me hungry. Because need I remind you that it is now past 10 PM for me and I still haven't eaten my poor dinner. My poor stomach is hungry. Someone has already opened it. Perhaps the lady, or perhaps the sender themselves. Open the envelope. Dear Miss Recoleta, I have completed reading the 6th edition of The Rise and Fall of Sanity, which you enclosed with your letter dated February 8th, 1991. Below are some of my personal insights and suggestions for the story's direction. Call it. You're missing the R at the end, but I see. And this time around, for some reason, the, what do you call that? The sound alert did not work. No, never mind, it worked. It was just very much delayed for some reason. Oh, man. I give up on understanding what the heck is going on with sound alert. I suppose I'll try and figure it out tomorrow. And Jamie, you sent Recoleta. Is that supposed to be a play on words on something? Because on that one I'm confused. Very much so. And this one, the Tuesday one, actually worked out perfectly. I guess maybe Sound Alert is biased against Regulus and not against Tuesday. That could be a thing. Right, suggestions. I believe we are nearing the conclusion, and I sincerely hope you never lose your passion for writing. Additionally, regarding the character of the Blind Weaver, the letter remains unfinished, as it appears the correspondent encountered an unforeseen interruption. Well, I wanted to know more about Vertin's mother, so kind of disappointed they didn't say more. And the didn't see that coming did not come, unfortunately. There you go. Well, no, I did not see it coming as late as it did. So it is, what do you call that? Sound Alert is also biased against Kakanya. Now that pisses me off. Sound Alert, how dare you delay my Kakanya? The boundary of fiction. She does not hesitate. And they are not biased against Mini Herta, I suppose. 1990, Guadalajara International Book Fair. People move between bookshelves and corridors, engaged in heated conversations. The air is filled with the mingling of multiple languages.
I'm afraid we can't publish your novel in its current state, Recoleta. We look forward to seeing more refined work from you in the future.
The polite way of rejecting her, I suppose. Kakanya is in the past now. How dare you, Jamie? Kakanya is never in the past because she will always remain in my heart, and I shall carry my heart in the present and the future with Kakanya in it. Of course I will.
Senor Cruz! What a pleasure to see you here. I'm an editor from the Naranja Dulce publishing house. Could you spare a moment to discuss the copyright for the Bluebird? We're huge fans of your children's literature.
Naranja, doesn't that mean orange, like the fruit? I don't know what dulce means, so I don't fully understand the name of this publishing house. But if I recall correctly, naranja means orange. Is it the Orange Juice Publishing House? Is that what it means? Is that the name of a publishing house? Orange Juice? I don't know if Dulce means juice. It might not mean juice. It might mean something else entirely. But I mean, we have the Yaemiko Publishing House. She named it after herself. At least it's a classic, you know. Recoleta. Is she late though? Has she been late ever? At least from what we've seen, I mean. The editor leaves, hurrying after another writer, leaving Recoleta standing alone in place. The 17th publisher to reject her today. Holy hell, 17 rejection in one day. Wow, that girl is strong. Like, to be able to go through 17 rejection. I mean, she might be down in the dumps right now, but still, she went through all of that. Getting rejected once is often enough. Period. It's often, like, quite sad, or saddening, or disconcerting. But twice is even worse, thrice is even worse than worse. 17 times. She is determined, at the very least.
Hey, relax, Recoleta. Look at all the books around you. This place is heaven. You can't get down on yourself. Not here. There's so many writers and publishers here. It's only natural you'd be turned down 17 times. This is just the beginning.
I mean, it is true. It is a fair point. Young writers, new writers, will often get turned down quite a lot until finally maybe one day someone decides to publish them. The young writer, attempting to forget her 17th rejection, flips through the event guide in her hands.
Now, which section should I visit next? Oh, this brochure might help.
She turns to the last page of the thick handbook, where all the invited authors and their contact details are listed.
Estupendo. An exchange of ideas between writers. Nothing could be more incredible than that. I recall James Joyce was inspired by a letter he received from Henrik Ibsen. So, maybe what I need is to find someone to share my manuscript with. But who? Tadeo Emasums. Aleph. Averroes.
Aha, Aleph was mentioned. Lima Apartments, Buenos Aires. A knock at the door interrupts her daydream.
Oh, it's you, senor. Don't worry. I promise I'll catch up on the rent next month. Although I must say, this apartment's hardly worth the price. The cracks on the walls must date back to the last century.
Sorry. Had a little burp that didn't want to come out properly. Anyway. I mean, I recall what that CG background looks like, and this is the same place where the brother of the dude who wanted to get Jay's restaurant, he was in that room. Technically, yeah, he was the brother, but the brother was impersonating him, if I recall correctly, or something. It's been a while. Anyway, and Jok, you're saying I'm going to sleep. Bye-bye. Goodbye, Jok Jojit. Good night to you. I hope you sleep well. I hope you rest well. And I hope Tuesday accompanies you into the world of dreams.
Make all the excuses you want, Ingrid. If you don't pay the rent soon, you'll either end up in that crumbling colonial building on the corner or on the street, selling oranges at the San Telmo market.
Not poor Recoleta is not living in the best place. Yeah, I mean, the CG background is just reused because that scene that I mentioned about the dude dying in his bed with his brother and all of that, that happened in San Francisco. It's just the devs are reusing the same CG background multiple times. But it is kind of sad. Whereas this scene is happening in Buenos Aires, which is indeed in Latin America. It's very normal for Latin America to have poorly built places and cracks on the walls. I see. Doesn't make me want to go and live in Latin America when you say that.
By the way, Julia told me you lost your job at the textile factory. You under some kinda can't work in one place for more than 3 months, curse or something, senorita?
Oh, you don't even want to know about the terrible things that happened in that factory. All I did was lend the oppressed workers a hand.
Bah, you're just like those college kids, full of hot air. Anyway, I am not here about the rent. Didn't you tell me to watch out for your letters a while back, when you just returned from abroad? Well, here it is. A letter for you.
Ah, wait, I was reading. Not reading. I was drinking, and I couldn't read. The girl freezes for a moment, then snatches the letter and slams the door shut, almost buzzing with excitement as she unfolds it.
Dios mío! Someone actually wrote back to me! This is incredible! Oh, thank you so much for bringing it to me, senor!
She slits open the long traveling letter.
Dear Miss Recoleta, it's from, let's see, Aleph.
No, not a flashbang.
Hey, I've been watching you. You're not local, are you? What are you writing? Oh, hola. You're right. I just arrived in Buenos Aires 3 days ago. My trip's been a lot like a Copes tango performance. Full of twists and turns, but nothing much worth telling, really. I'm actually writing a reply to my pen pal. Long story short, I sent him a manuscript of my novel, and to my surprise, he actually wrote back.
How did she find Aleph as her pen pal? How do you start writing to someone who is in a prison/mental asylum? This is a genuine question. I know that some people tend exchange letters with prisoners that they never knew before or anything like that. I know it actually happens, but like, how do you find those people? Like, how does that work? I'm curious. How are you 99,999 years old? No. Close, but no. No. I wonder what is Aleph's original language if he's not native. If he's not native to Latin America, it's a good question. I don't know. I'm trying to think, but I can't think of any clue that he might have given us that would tell us where he's actually from.
Amazing, isn't it? In our recent letters, we've been discussing how my novel lacks a key character to drive the story toward a decisive ending. So we've been debating whether to introduce a new ghost to act as a turning point for the story. Oh, so then you're a writer? Hey, Pancho, come over here. I found an actual real-life writer.
What's the big deal? I wrote plenty of poems in middle school.
Oh, so you're a poet. I have a feeling we're about to embark on an incredible adventure together. Are you interested in joining the visceral realism movement?
I still have no idea what that is. I should have looked it up yesterday.
What? I've never heard of it, but it sounds like fun. Fabuloso. We have no time to waste. Once I finish this letter, you two must join me on a journey to Ushuaia.
So you just meet people and then you hurl them halfway across the... Well, no, I was going to say halfway across the world because that's from where I'm standing. Tierra del Fuego, or Ushuaia, is halfway across the world. But still, from Buenos Aires to Ushuaia, I feel like there is quite a bit of, distance. So you just meet people and tell them, hey, why not travel together to this random remote place where there is nothing except a prison? Is this something that people actually do? Maybe he sent a letter due to her trying to send a letter everywhere she could have heard of the prison and sent a letter in desperation. You must be really desperate for people to read your novel if you send it to a prison, I feel like. Especially in a prison that is like very far from where you are, right? So yeah, I'm I'm confused. Because I assume there are other prisons in Argentina, so why not write to a prison that is closer to Buenos Aires, since she's there right now, and maybe another prison that is even closer to that, to wherever she was before. Like, it seems very convoluted. Fabuloso, so amazed that her Spanish just floats. Do you mean that, like, she seems fluent, like, it seems like she's speaking naturally? Is that what you mean, Deidara? Nice! Generally speaking, the characters in Reverse 1999, they feel that way. Like, they often have an accent when they are talking, and whenever they are speaking another language, it does feel quite natural. Except for Aleph, I guess. But maybe that's because he's actually not a native.
Ushuaia? The end of the world? Why the heck would we go to that icebox?
Okay, I'm not the only one asking that question then.
Oh, don't be such a downer, Pancho. Just think of the fun we'll have, the breathtaking scenery we'll see, and the incredible stories we'll hear.
You must live a very carefree life if you're just okay abandoning everything you're doing to just go on a trip with a random person you met on the street.
Hi, Maria. I'll deal with the cold if you really want to go so badly.
I think he's interested in Maria. No dude would just go out of his way like this. Out of the goodness of his heart. Maybe I'm seeing the worst in the world, maybe.
By the way, could you tell us about your novel? Of course. I'll tell you all about it on the way. Now where to begin? Alright, let's start with the cottage with the blue roof in Amalfitano. It's been 6 months since we first exchanged letters. Since then, I've been traveling. First from Chile to Mexico, then from Mexico to Argentina. And I've never stopped writing. I'm not really sure what the purpose of my novel is. I just keep writing and writing. I can't stop. What power does literature hold? What responsibilities? Perhaps only by continuing to write will I understand one day.
Recoleta flips through her notebook, every turn of the page containing a different colored letter. After their long journey, these pages of letters form a faded riddle, their handwriting long since blurred.
Aleph, you're right. I do want an ending to my novel, but not like this.
You really have no idea, do you, Recoleta?
Neither do I. Please enlighten us. Her only reader realizes she still has not grasped what is happening, forcing him to reveal a truth he has long concealed.
The rise and fall of sanity is your story.
What do you mean?
You are a ghost, wandering this forsaken land, still striving to create a miracle.
Wait, what?
You are a wandering poet, born in Amalfitano, the foolishly brave protagonist of the story, and the embodiment of the author herself. A reflection, yes. The author, no. You are simply a figment of her imagination, a manifestation of her dream to wander. Have you not realized it? The literary pursuits and romantic adventures you described, they are merely faded memories from 1975.
Wait, is he saying that Recoleta is actually dead? And she's a ghost or a remnant of whatever the original person, the original Recoleta, strived towards and wanted to be?
The poets who joined the visceral realism movement with you left Latin America long ago.
Faded memories.
As for the novel, it's yours now. A story you're writing. A story about yourself.
okay, so from what I understand, Recoleta is actually dead, right? She's just a ghost. He said it himself, but that's the problem with this whole chapter and everything being metaphorical. I don't know if when he called her a ghost, it was a metaphor, or if it was him literally calling her a ghost because she died.
Your departure has turned Amalfitano into a ghost town. The characters have lost their connection to you. They're gradually fading away. If the novel is destroyed, you too will cease to exist.
Well, I have a good idea. Let us not destroy the novel then. How is Aleph alive? I still don't know. He's very strong, maybe. He does a lot of push-ups and sit-ups and all of that. He trains like the dude in One Punch Man, Saitama. That's how.
Wait, this is Miss Recoleta. Is what he said true?
I know you never lie, pen pal. In your first letter, you told me that a character's role in fate must be determined from the outset and consistently adhered to throughout the story.
Why is Recoleta tied to the novel? I think she's supposed to be part of the novel. It's more she isn't real than dead. Yeah, I think Fat Lass is right on that one. I misspoke earlier. I think that Recoleta is kind of like the self-insert character that whoever wrote that novel originally wrote themselves into the novel as a self-insert character, which is actually Recoleta. Kind of like Ether is a self-insert character in Genshin Impact, right? Or something like that. So she is actually part of the novel, which is why she's tied to it, in the sense that she's written in it and it is what gives her her existence, I guess, or something like that. What? How can I say it in other words? Basically, someone, maybe me, you know what? Let's say it's me. I wrote a novel, and in that novel, I wrote a self-insert character to put myself into the story. I called that character Recoleta. Then I died, or I disappeared, or something. I don't know what happened to myself. But the novel I wrote gave life to Recoleta, and thus now she is tied to the novel. I think it's something along those lines. Please, if anyone knows better, and you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. At least up until the story point where we are at. Like, do not spoil us. But I think that's how I understand it. And Deidara, do you like the music? That music actually comes back quite often. It's a thematic music that we have in the game, and I absolutely love it. It's usually the music that is played in the background when shit happens, you know?
Reading the perspective and insights of a walking encyclopedia. Having such a person be willing to share their thoughts at all was an exhilarating experience.
So the author died and became Recoleta? I don't know that the author became Recoleta. I think Recoleta is an independent entity that was supposed to represent the author, but then the author passed away and she just remained. It's not that, at least as far as I understand it, and I feel like this is, you're free to interpret it however you want, but I don't think the actual author became Recoleta. I think Recoleta just is because of the way the author wrote her, and that's it. I think, probably, maybe?
I had never imagined my novel could develop in this way. Words could hardly describe how I felt in that moment. No one but you has ever understood the story of that town, let alone offered any revisions.
Maybe the author was Recoleta and her soul entered the self-insert? I'm not too sure about that, because I feel like the way Aleph said things, I feel like there is a distinction to be made between the author and Recoleta herself. You're a ghost wandering this forsaken land, still striving to create a miracle. You're a wandering poet born in Amalfitano, the foolishly brave protagonist of the story and the embodiment of the author herself. So, in the way he says it, the embodiment of the author, for me, it means that she's a representation of the author, but not actually the author, I think. Ah, and yes, see, the line right after, a reflection, yes, the author, no. So she's not actually the author, she's just a reflection of what the author was supposed to be, I think. Recoleta has too much of an identity for a self-insert. Yeah, I guess maybe she was supposed to be a self-insert at first, but then grew into something more.
Following your advice, I added the bank clerk, the dune pescator, the blind weaver, and the murdered donkey driver.
Wait, this just connected to me, like I just connected the dots here. The blind weaver. I know that's supposed to be Dores, of course. But we actually know another blind weaver. Aglaya. She's known to be the golden weaver, right? And she's blind in a way. So maybe Dr. Dores is actually Aglaya. So my waifu is not dead, she's living in another character in reverse 1999. I'm gonna stop coping now.
Amalfitano was no longer an empty town with a single blue-roofed cottage. The new ghostly residents had begun to fill the skies over it. The story was finally reaching completion. I could feel that the ending was within reach.
Maybe Recoleta is a representation of the author's perfect world. I think you're right, like, Recoleta is what the author wanted to be, I think.
I became increasingly eager to meet my pen pal. I couldn't get the thought out of my mind. I wasn't sure what I would say to this Aleph. A simple thank you, perhaps, or maybe a discussion about the future of Amalfitano with its sole reader.
How much copium can you take? Yes. Yes, I take all of it. I'm trying to find ways for my waifus to come back, whether it is Kekania, Agalaya, or, well, I guess Evelyn is fine, right? And Zani is fine as well. Well, I at least 2 of my waifus are okay.
Or maybe I'm no different from everyone else. Led up the garden path by fate. But even if I am a ghost, as you say, an incarnation of someone else, a fictional being, so what? My resolve will not waver, even if my existence is bound to fade away.
It's still kind of sad that her existence is bound to fade away, but at the same time, isn't it the same thing for everyone, like actual living beings, I suppose? Because at the end of the day, at some point we will die, and more importantly, at some point, even if we live on the memories of others, at some point people will forget about us, like, and, you know, you will just completely cease to exist, right? Not even in the hearts and memories of others. Kekania will come back as the one to end World War II after the 10th storm. I see. I mean, I suppose she witnessed the start of the First World War. Why not have her end the second one? Although she has a voice line where she is surprised to hear that there was a Second World War. Because to be fair, when she lived, well, technically speaking, when the storm hit Vienna and all of that, the First World War barely started. But back then it wasn't called the World War I. It was just called the Great War, if I'm not mistaken. It's when World War II started, or after World War II, that, what do you call that? That we started calling World War I, World War I, because back then there was no point in calling it the First World War. We weren't expecting a second one, you know. And hopefully we are not heading towards a third one. Just like Akanya asks, because she asks in that voice line, she asks, if there is a World War II, does that mean that there will be a World War III? And I hope that question will remain without answer. He'll be a good Hitler, trust? No, never, no. I mean, it's part of her kit. Kakanya has empathy. I don't think you can become someone like Hitler if you have as much empathy as she has. Because he murdered millions of people. So, I feel like maybe he lacked a tiny bit of empathy. And maybe he was on too many drugs at once as well. That didn't help. Humorously enough, one of the names of World War I is the war to end all wars. Good job jinxing it, guys. Of the past, yes. Oh wow, I did not know that they called it the war to end all wars. But yeah, they definitely jinxed themselves. And in a big way, because World War II was even worse than World War I. So, well, that's quite something. That's the biggest jinx I've ever seen. Hitler is not necessarily bad, he simply accidentally ordered a murder when drunk. Well, he stayed drunk for quite a few years, and I feel like it was not exactly an accident, him ordering millions of people to their deaths.
Because this isn't what literature is supposed to be. You once told me there isn't an ounce of reality in fiction, only voids and glorified lies. Let me tell you this. Whether real or fictional, corporeal or intangible, I have accepted my existence.
Just a drunk year, nothing too bad. Well, the Second World War lasted 6 years, and even before the Second World War, I feel like he probably did some shady shit. I don't exactly remember. I only remember that his rise to power started in 1933, or something along those lines. But that I studied that part of history a very long time ago.
Now, let's put a stop to this, Aleph.
Can we put a stop to it, though?
The inmates aren't characters in my novel. They're people trapped in a prison, just as you are. By simulating my story here, you have made me into some kind of god. A guilty, false creator. A dictator of fate. I never wanted any of this.
Wait, let me bring the sound back down, the volume. There you go. At first I was too focused on what do you call that? Increasing the volume for the stream. And then I saw the cracks on her face and on the book. I mean, first on the book and then on her face. Suicide? I think so, yeah, in a way she is killing herself. Although I guess in this context, maybe she's trying to sacrifice herself? I'm not entirely sure. Everybody was drunk during Second World War and ordered a bit of going and murdering. That was a lot of drunk people then. And I would advise them to stop drinking. No, the book waifu. Yes, Deidara. I feel like we might lose the book waifu, unfortunately.
Lo veo. La frecuencia perfecta. La admirable aleatoriedad del destino. Creo que lo he encontrado. La fuente del dado de Babilonia.
Las deudas de los muertos. Esas facturas. Todas han sido hechas trizas. ¡Ya no estoy atrapado!
Desde el día en que perdí la vista, nunca imaginé que la rueda giratoria volviera a girar.
Who are these ghosts? I'm not sure I understand who these ghosts are, unfortunately. Let us buff, channel,
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo. En
And
todos los momentos.
have at it.
Don't be afraid. Ha! My crucible really has a mind of its own.
Idealismo, vuelos de fantasía, patrón en la acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más. Nuestro aliado es la verdad.
Okay, 1 down, 2 to go. How dare you hurt the poor dog? And how dare you dodge stuff? I don't like when you guys dodge stuff. You know what? I can remove the dodge, I think. Dodge 1 attack. Okay, so yeah, this attack will be enough. And then this should be enough to kill.
Ready?
And
Aim.
let's end up
Don't
with
worry.
Kekanya,
It's
even though
been
she won't
safe.
even get to fire.
En la acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más.
Her animation goes so hard.
Warning.
I don't really get why, given the fact that she's just a writer. But I feel like, yeah, it feels like she's uber powerful. I mean, technically speaking, in terms of gameplay, she is very powerful indeed. Shattered words and ghostly illusions roar forth, breaking free from the story's structure and the gaps between its lines, filled with regret and obsession. Torn letters and book pages flutter in the air like snow in a crystal globe on a winter night. Everything is quiet.
Huh? Miss Recoleta has vanished.
Wait, did she actually kill herself?
Did she really cease to exist like Aleph said?
I guess so. Shit, I did not expect her to actually cease to exist. I mean, I should have known. They've been saying it for the past, in the past stage, but still. Oh, damn. How can she use her ultimate twice? It's because of the way her kit works. She has a special card that allows her to use her ultimate without having max Moxie. And then she gets her enough Moxie to get her ultimate. Basically, Recoleta's gameplay is to use her ultimate as many times as she can. And everything is meant to funnel Moxie to her so that she gets to use her ultimates a lot of times. And very powerful indeed.
Recoleta.
Oh. Well, goodbye, writer girl. Was nice knowing you. Did she kill herself because I said that I didn't like her as much as other characters? Is it my fault, guys? Did I cause this? Book. Fair guide. A great marketplace of ideas and knowledge. B section works guide. What? 1. The Bluebird, Watson Cruise, Children's Literature, Editor's Review. A children's book, but not just for children. Viewing the world from a different perspective reveals an entirely new reality. Fox 2. Fox Beneath the Sky, Tadeo, Social Literature. Editor's Review, a classic intellectual autobiography offering profound reflections on the nature of time. 3. Blood Monster, Averroes, I think? Horror fiction, Editor's Review, undoubtedly the finest novel about vampiric creature this century. A 3-century-year tale of immortality, jealousy, and humanity. Attending author's contact information, and then you have a bunch of numbers. And Aleph. So Aleph is actually one of the writers. I see. And that's how she contacted him. She didn't actually just send a bunch of letters to random people. She sent a letter to other authors, I think. So, okay, that makes more sense. Broken and fun. Yes. Recoleta is broken and fun. It's a good way of describing her gameplay. Because she is very strong. She's supposed to be an S+ tier unit according to Pridewin. And honestly, I can see it. She is indeed very, very strong. And it's fun to play her, to chain up ultimate abilities and the likes. But on that note, this shall be the end of the stream because it's been almost 5 hours. And that way we have enough left for tomorrow to have a proper, long enough stream, I would say. Because I don't want to just have 1 or 2 stages to go through tomorrow. And I don't feel like I'll be able to finish this today because I'm getting very tired, very hungry as well. Because it is now close to 11 PM for me. Recoleta is so dead-ass broken, she's dead. True that. She's so broken that she broke herself, basically. Trap card, suicide. Yeah, we did not see that one coming. Honestly, I did not think that they would kill off a playable character. I'm wondering if Bluepoch will have the balls to stick to their guns. Nope, I did not see it coming. Honestly, I did not think that they would kill off a playable character. So I'll give them props for that. But now I want Bluepoch to stick to their guns and let Recoleta be dead. She'll revive trust. I mean, I want her to be alive. I want her to be happy and all of that, of course. I don't wish for any character to die. But at the same time, if you involve death in your story, I feel like... and I've said it before, you know, reviving the character or bringing them back to life is not exactly a mistake, but it takes away from the impact of the character's death. It takes away from the consequences that the characters suffer. That being said, I am a bit of a hypocrite, I suppose, because I want Arcana to come back. But that's because she's such a great villain. Never mind. Yeah, I am allowed to be a hypocrite, I suppose, as are many people. Although technically speaking, what I say about Recoleta here also applies to Arcana. So I'm not as much of a hypocrite, because I do feel like, technically speaking, Arcana should remain dead. Although, in the case of Arcana, I feel like it's a tiny bit more complicated, because I feel like there was more for her to accomplish in the story before she died. So maybe she died too early. That's a different story altogether. That's a different point, I suppose. Have a good night and rest well. Hope she's not dead in tomorrow's stages. We'll have to wait and see. Tomorrow we'll know whether or not Recoleta is dead. Oh boy, I just removed my headset and... does it feel good to remove the headset? Anyway, on that note, I shall leave you guys. You know what? Wait, how does one do things? You know what, for once, and I do not do that often, I've actually never done it before, but I feel like it's time for me to actually do it. We can raid someone, because why not? And because sharing is caring, and we do care about our community. So how do I do that, actually? That's another question. Since I've never raided anyone before, how do I actually do that? Especially because for once I'm not completely, you know, extra tired, so I can actually take the time to look at it. Raid. If I click on this, what happens? I see. Then can I click on same category? Since we are in reverse, maybe you guys can watch more reverse. And I know neither of them. I know no one in the community. I'm very bad at this. I'm the worst streamer ever. But why not go say hi to Kaleria? Because why not? And if I click on it, what happens? Wait, maybe I'll switch to my ending screen before I actually click on the raiding thing. Anyway, I know some raiders or some streamers have a message of some kind. I don't really have one. Just be polite, say hello, enjoy their stream. I hope you will enjoy their stream. And yeah, that's basically it. So on that note, I shall leave you. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in tomorrow at 6 PM Central European Standard Time. And yep, that will be it. That do I have any? Yeah, I probably have nothing else to say. So let's go on a raid. Let's try things, new things for once. But first, I guess switching scenes, and then if I click here, what happens there? Then I watch the other person's stream. I see. And how do I actually? Wait, no, go away. There you go. Start raid. There you go. I suppose now I can end my stream. Goodbye and good night, everyone.